Chapter 754. Joining the Trinity Association required extremely harsh conditions. Just by thinking about the amazing Shi Qinghai, one could probably agree with what President Pabre had said earlier. The people who drank lightly in the tavern definitely had a superhuman IQ and extraordinary abilities. In short, they were indeed a group of abnormal geniuses. An unemployed, tan lawyer who had just been fired from a law firm and wandered the streets in the snowy winter of the capital, drinking until he was dead drunk, actually used less than half an hour to successfully convince this group of abnormal geniuses and make them really start to carry out this seemingly crazy long-term plan. This was a historical event that not many people knew about for the time being, but it would probably be firmly recorded in history books. It seemed so incredible. This is probably the charisma that Shi Qinghai once talked about, Su Lu thought silently. His right hand tightly gripped the armrest of the leather relic sofa. His fingers felt the cool and smooth touch, and his mood was extremely complicated. Silently looking at the dark-skinned, middle-aged man behind the transparent wall, Su Li's thick eyebrows furrowed tightly. Why was the gaze in this man's eyes always so calm and deep, giving people a feeling of trust? Why did his straight eyebrows look so calm? Why was his expression so normal, but people could always see the compassion hidden inside? Was it because he deeply loved the Federation and this starry sky? What a valiant actor. Well, no matter how much people ridiculed him in their hearts, this middle-aged man really had a special quality that could persuade and move people around him. He could influence people around him to stand by his side and bravely and arrogantly move forward towards an uncertain goal. For example, the members of the Trinity Association who were having a meeting in the tavern back then, or the cold and proud Du Shaoqing, or the former Su Lu and Shi Qinghai, there wasn't much in common between the members of the association and Mr. President, except that we were all once in the military. It was just that the military branches and services we served were different. After that, our lives didn't seem to have much in common or connected. General Li Jiedu continued slowly. After that, we met a few more times in the tavern in Santa Fe. However, we all had our own careers and studies, so we separated very quickly. After that day, Mr. Pabre and I sponsored Mr. Pabre to return to the legal world. After strictly abandoning the so-called mental misophobia of the so-called liberals, Mr. Pabre successfully entered the Industrial Workers Association, and then he became the appointed lawyer of the 3 major unions and the Veterans Association. Byron is a little older. He was the first one of us to run for office and step into the political arena. I still stayed in the Army, but according to the plan, I left the frontline field forces and returned to number 1 hospital to teach and educate people again. In the past 10 years of teaching, I have discovered some very good young talents. I can proudly say that these young people are the key to the true success of our great cause in the future. Su Lu looked at Du Shaoqing, who had been standing by the door. Du Shaoqing remained silent. The sunglasses on the bridge of his nose reflected the light in the confidential room, clear and inexplicable. No, Du Shaoqing entered the association and was able to accept our ideals. It had nothing to do with me. Li Jiedu said. Mr. Pabre personally convinced him. Su Lu knew what he should be feeling at this moment. The entire federal forces knew that Mr. President had never concealed his special appreciation and care for 2 people, whether it was promotion or related complaints. Everything went smoothly under Mr. President's personal care. These 2 people were Su Lu himself and teacher Du Shaoqing. However, he had never thought about what kind of story was hidden behind this appreciation. This is a very simple story. I want to explain to you that our ideas may be a bit crazy, but we are pragmatists. We are doing these things step by step. President Pabre looked at him calmly and said, Doing what? Continuous murder? Including those waitresses lying in pools of blood in the Linhai State Gymnasium, including the little girl from the Zhong family who wasn't even 10 years old at the time. Sulu stared at the people behind the wall. There was not a trace of emotion on his face. Don't forget, I was there at the time. I know what you did. I saw with my own eyes those ordinary people who didn't even know what happened to them die painfully. Mr. President, there is something that even now I still don't understand. He spoke particularly slowly and heavily. His brows were furrowed painfully. At the time of the presidential election, Mo Cho was your partner and supporter behind the scenes. Why did you go and kill Tai Ziyuan? Why did you let so many people die? Then he looked at the silent Du Xiaoqing and asked, You said you were a soldier of the Federation, so you had to follow orders. I won't ask you what happened after that. However, when the Linhai State Gymnasium incident broke out, he wasn't the president of the Federation yet. He was only a member of parliament. Why was Shimanjin involved? Teacher Du Xiaoqing, can you and your Iron 7th Division give an explanation? Du Xiaoqing was still silent. He didn't open his mouth to explain. I will explain. Du Xiaoqing didn't know at the time. President Pabre looked at the loyal general beside him and continued, as for the first question, the reason is actually very simple. The Tai family was the most powerful of the 7 families, but it was also the most difficult to see through. Successive governments couldn't even touch its core area. However, this former royal family had the biggest problem. That is, there were very few people. The fact that there was only one heir for several generations. Sometimes people couldn't help but think that maybe this was some kind of punishment and relief from the heavens for the former royal family. The most powerful Tai family of the 7 families was actually the most fragile Tai family. As long as that young man who was called the Crown Prince died, the Tai family would naturally be depressed until it disappeared. President Pabre narrowed his eyes slightly and said slowly, as for the election that was going on at the time, I believed that the angry and desperate Lady Tai would continue to help me, no matter if it was to vent her emotions or to strike at the murderer she believed to be. He looked at Su Lu and said, and this kind of help would spare no effort, regardless of the cost. This also meant that no matter what happened, I would win the presidential election. I always thought that you were a politician, not a politician. After a moment of silence, Su Lu said, only now do I know that the thing that constantly leaps and bounds in your chest is still the ambition of a politician. It's not ambition. The president didn't get angry. He explained patiently with a smile, if it was only for this so-called ambition, then the things that happened afterwards wouldn't have happened. I am the president of the Federation. General Li Jiedu is the leader of the military. There is also Teacher Xiaoqing, including the deceased Byron and those companions. The people in the tavern back then, as well as the new companions that joined later on, already stand at the pinnacle of the Federation's power. Without more power to pursue, what ambition can we have? President Pabre looked at Sulu and smiled. His voice was deep and resounding, and it was exceptionally moving. If we really want to talk about ambition, then our ambition is very simple. It is to completely eliminate the 7 families from the social system of the Federation. There is a very interesting statistical fact. After the Federation and the Empire started the war, the first military academy's reputation and importance were pushed to its current position. The Trinity Association naturally appeared about 60 years ago, but it has several dozen members. In terms of probability, it is a bit strange. There are many members who didn't join our ranks. We didn't force them, and we didn't even make any major requests. I just want to remind you that none of these members have the background of one of the 7 families. So-called geniuses are nothing more than high intelligence combined with hard work that ordinary people can't imagine. Those 7 families have long since infiltrated the Federation's society and seized the majority of the top resources. Their children don't need to put in such hard work. The members of the Trinity Association all come from the bottom of society. They innately have the desire and motivation to change this society. President Pabre's expression was solemn. His voice was low and powerful. This system, jointly controlled by the 7 families and politicians, has lasted for 3,772 years since the Federation was established. It has lasted for more than 10,000 years since the collapse of the dynasty and the establishment of the Republic. This system has already become rigid and is in the process of decay. The best era? The worst era? No. The saddest thing is that if you look at the source of history, you will find that all the eras are exactly the same. There is no progress, no development, just a quagmire where everyone is squeezed together and breathing with difficulty. Meanwhile, generation after generation of people with intelligence and creativity will gradually sink into this great quagmire and then die. In the past, there were people who tried to change all of this. For example, those governments that had already been forgotten by the people, for example, that president who was assassinated. Well, death is eternal in the end, the most frightening thing. So, those predecessors and the government were forced to make concessions before the blood and turmoil. A faint, mocking smile appeared on President Pabre's face. Then, it quickly disappeared, turning into a sentence that smashed into the ground with a muffled sound. Because of historical reasons, the people of the past didn't find a way to directly confront those 7 families. Now, because of the opportunity of history, this method or power has already been firmly grasped in our hands. You're talking about the army. Su Lu asked. President Pabre used silence instead of acknowledgement. In the history of the Federation, the army had always been a marginalized and extremely weak group. Because the Federation had no enemies in the universe, the politicians who had ideas always seemed to be so restrained when facing the 7 behemoths. However, because of the appearance of the people of the Empire, the Federal Army rapidly expanded and became powerful in the first few decades of the 37th constitutional calendar. Finally, it became a powerful force that could stand on the political stage independently. Su Lu rubbed his forehead hard and couldn't speak for a long time. The people who controlled the Federation government were actually a group of staunch George Carlin activists. This world was too crazy. He seemed to see the terrifying scene of the Federation's major cities and enterprises being vigilantly guarded by armed soldiers in the future or a few years later. He tightly furrowed his brows. After a long silence, he said, "In Philadelphia, the old man once told me that he went to the Empire and returned to the Federation. He burned his life and every drop of blood to protect the existence of the Federation. It was because he firmly believed that the Federation was a better system than the Empire, and that the people who lived here were happier than the people of the Empire." General Lee Jae-do, behind the transparent wall, raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at him. "I also think so. Putting aside the relationship of birth and blood, the relationship of invasion and anti-invasion, I fight for the Federation precisely because of this." Su Lu raised his head and looked at the president behind the wall. He said seriously, "Your ideals may be respected and even worshipped by many people of the Federation and the young students of the future, but if the government is really used to relying on the military to solve its internal affairs like a drug, your government will become a military government. You may succeed, but you will fail in the end." President Pabre was silent for a moment and then replied, "I understand your worries, but please believe me, I am not Nanshui. We are not the people of Green Dragon Mountain. We are very calm." "Calm." Su Lu stood up and stared at the president's face behind the wall. He asked, "You have never been on the battlefield. You have never fired a gun. Perhaps you have never killed someone with your own hands. You don't know what it feels like to pull the trigger and see a living person's head explode like a watermelon in front of you with brain matter and blood spraying onto your helmet at close range. You can ask Du Shaoqing if there is anyone who can maintain absolute calmness on the battlefield. When bullets are fired, when companions and enemies fall, calmness is just a very absurd word, as if it never existed. If the Federation is turned into a battlefield by you people, then there will only be what it should be on the battlefield, and that is slaughter. There may be danger, but it is controllable." President Pabre still displayed extremely terrifying patience and calmness. The most important point is that the government cannot make any concessions to those families right now. Don't worry that Madam in the back of the mountain still has her absurd and outdated ideas. The West Woods Zhong family controls the military power and does not listen to orders. Those rotten old people are weak and myopic. They cannot see the true danger and are content with controlling everything. Your Group 7 once said, "Why do we have to fight? Because the enemy is there." And now the people of the empire are there. These deformed and numb families are here. If we don't fight, the Federation, who is content with the status quo, will one day become the slaves of the empire. Other than this, can you think of any other way? No, young man, Schiller once said that trash will never walk into a dustbin by itself. This was a famous quote from Schiller. Sulu had heard Shi Qinghai say it in front of Cao Qiudao's grave. Later, Shi Qinghai rushed into the dustbin-like Parliament Hill in order to clean up the trash and died in the square. Hearing the president say this now, he felt terrible, as if he had swallowed a fly. His face was a little pale, and he took 2 steps toward the wall in front of him. He lowered his voice and said, angrily, "I don't like the term, young man. This is the reason you killed Zhong, Suehu, because the West Woods Zhong family did not listen to the Federation because you want to gather your forces to fight against the Empire?" Su Lu stared at the president and the other 2 behind the transparent wall and said angrily, "But that guy has been fighting the Empire in the Westwoods for more than 10 years. When the Tiger was fighting on the front line, what were you doing? General Li Jiedu, you used the pressure of the god of war Halo as an excuse to hide in the first academy to teach and cultivate the ambitious successor. Du Shaoqing, you were practicing. You repeated the practice day after day, cursing the student who was the real hero behind his back. And what about you, Mr. President? You kept on going to court to build your reputation, running for parliament, and making those touching but F***king useless speeches." Su Lu faced the transparent and cold wall and said with a hoarse voice, "You gave the ancient clock to the Empire's fleet, and you killed him. This is betrayal. This is betrayal." Chapter 755. President Pabre, who was the most eloquent when he was a lawyer, whose speech was the most touching after he participated in politics, and who was still able to speak calmly and clearly at such a moment, finally quieted down for the first time after Su Li's question. Between his thick eyebrows, in his exceptionally firm eyes, there was a faint trace of sadness. Was it because he would occasionally think of the fireworks in the night Scorpion Nebula and feel guilty? Noticing the president's expression, Su Li's lips moved slightly. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only helplessly and sadly spread out his hands. He had heard the president mention that at the dinner at the official residence, the president and Zhong Sugu had a fierce argument at the dinner table. The 2 people had very different views on many things regarding the invasion of the empire. Zhong Sugu was wary of the Federation government's attempt to weaken the local military forces in the West Woods and did not agree that the 4th Military Region should be the main force to attack the empire under the current circumstances. It was probably after this argument that President Pabre finally made up his mind. He officially put the conspiracy plan that had been in motion for a long time and was only waiting for approval on the stage with space as the backdrop. It turned out that it was a last supper. Su Lu stood alone on the other side of the transparent wall, his hands weakly spread out beside his body. When he killed Macklin and was locked up in the military prison of Chingcheng, the old man was still fishing in Philadelphia and had never seen him. The entire Federation was silent, and the leaders of the 7 major families wanted him dead immediately. Only the president and the tiger in the West Woods clearly showed an attitude of protection. But in the end, Mr. President, do you still remember the speech at the Nebula Awards that year? After that, I specially came to look at it. Su Lu raised his head and looked at President Pabre, behind the wall. He said softly, "At that time, regarding the Macklin incident, you once said a few words. When a person dies, it is not as good as when the light is extinguished. The light has light, and the place that it cannot illuminate is darkness. If you do something wrong, you must pay the price." Then you said, "Perhaps I'm not a mature politician, but I'm a devoted believer of the Federation's laws. If I die, you can dig up my grave and see what color it is. I have the same attitude toward certain dead people." Silence reigned in the room. Su Lu paused for a moment before asking, "You're not dead yet, but it seems that we can ask you in advance. When you decided to sell the lives of Commander Zhong, his wife, and the soldiers on the Antique Belle to the Imperial Fleet, where was the law of the Federation that you respected? What color will your future grave be? If you did something wrong, shouldn't you pay the price?" President Pabre pursed his thick lips, his lower jaw showing a few deep hollows. After a long silence, he replied, "I admit that I have done some things that are beyond my limits. However, for the sake of this Federation, the price I will have to pay must be paid later. I have long been mentally prepared to be judged by history." Su Lu looked at him and said sarcastically, "If we let history judge us, the Imperial Expeditionary Force can also say that we don't need to resist. Medellin can also say that we don't need to pay attention to him. Commander Zhong has more reason to say that. Mr. President, don't you think that this statement is shameless and hypocritical? If only history is qualified to judge you, then how are you qualified to judge others?" At this point in the conversation, Su Li's words had finally succeeded in infuriating him. He slowly stood up from his chair and walked to the transparent wall. He looked at Su Lu, who was right in front of him but far away in the sky, and said word by word, "Su Lu, don't worry. Shameless? Hypocritical? Colonel Su Lu, please don't forget that you also used the pen that stabbed into your throat to Judge Medellin without being convicted by the court." Separated by the transparent and cold wall, Su Lu and President Pabre stood face to face. They opened their eyes without blinking and looked into each other's eyes. President Pabre pointed at Su Li's face and said with a sullen face, "Your experience should let you know better than most people that the law of the Federation can't perfectly protect the weak. Most of the time, it can only protect the powerful to escape the punishment they deserve. That's why the Medellin case was stopped, and the Ministry of Justice is in a terrible state. That's why you played the role of judge yourself. The government of the Federation is an elected government. Facing the danger of the Empire's invasion, it has to be constantly vigilant against the warlords of the West Woods. Don't the Zhong family and the other families have broken the law? But which district attorney would be able to successfully send them to prison? The Federation has the glory of the Charter, but in front of these powerful people who have countless scapegoats and are even used to carrying scapegoats around with them and responding to the Charter at any time, what is the law?" Su Lu looked at the president's angry accusation and narrowed his eyes. because of the word scapegoats and the glory of the charter. He thought of the knife glinting on Tiger Mountain Road and the district procuratorate full of peach blossoms in spring many years ago. He silently admitted that what the president said was true. When you killed Medellin, you didn't need the law to prepare for you. What right do you have to ask the government to do so? President Pabre looked at him with a solemn expression and said, "The reason why I admire you and Shurqinghai is because of your attitude in doing things, and this is also the attitude that I will live with in my life. Evil must pay the price. In order to practice the ultimate fairness and justice, kind people should do whatever it takes, because morality is a fragile thing that needs to be carefully protected by strength. When I was expelled from the law firm because of a public interest lawsuit, and my wife and I were laughed at and chased out of our house, wandering the snowy streets with a broken box, looking for a small dark house to rent, I confirmed this. Even if I were to be buried in a grave in the future, I would have a clear conscience." President Pabre's anger gradually calmed down because of these words. He put his broad palm on the transparent wall and looked at Sulu with extreme calmness. "We are not the Knights of Concern in Schiller's words, and we are not radical. We don't plan to use the army to madly sweep everything, but when the reform of the Federation encounters the desperate struggle of those families, the army will be the most powerful protection of the Federation government. We have a very long-term detailed plan. The current government has already pushed the parliament to pass the golden fusion algorithm. In the next 5 years, my companions and I will use the current situation of the war to push for the passage of more bills. In the plan, the government and I will introduce the Affirmative Action Act, the Double Ring Health Insurance Act, the Income Tax Amendment Act, and then the government will work hard to pass the Fund Share Exchange Act." President Pabre slightly raised his chin, and his eyes were firm and deep. The previous governments have never been able to figure out how much resources the 7 families control through those foundations that are as numerous as fish in the sea. They can hide from the government surveillance and can exert a fatal influence on the industries that are related to the safety of the Federation. These things must be done during my term. George Carlin said that information asymmetry is the root of the unfairness of the Federation society. What we want to do is to open up this information and let the ordinary citizens of the Federation carry out the most effective and direct supervision. Sulu, don't worry that the Federation government will become a military government. We will welcome a brand new, real elected government. Pabre withdrew his gaze and looked calmly at the silent Sulu. He said, "You have contributed to the Federation. I don't want to give you any unfair treatment. I only hope that you can calm down, stand on the highest level, and consider the interests of the people of the Federation. I know that this sounds like a utopia that only exists in people's fantasies, but the ideal has never been so close to reality as it is today. This is the Federation's best chance. We are idealists, liberals, pragmatists. No, we are all people who insist on what is right and fight to the end." President Pabre looked at Sulu and said in a low voice, "We are all the same in our bones. We are just a stinky and hard rock from Donglin." The president raised his right arm and pointed at Li Jiedu and Du Xiaoqing beside him. His calm and infectious gaze pierced through the invisible wall and fell on Su Li's face. "Join us, Sulu. Has that day really come? No, will that day really come?" Su Lu listened in silence and subconsciously thought about it. He did not voice his doubts. He suddenly felt that his brain could not wrap itself around it. So, the person who killed Macklin and the people he hated were the same kind of people deep down in their bones. But how could Macklin be equated with that tiger? "On your path, many people who have died are innocent," he said with a frown and a slightly hoarse voice. "This is not right. There is never perfect justice in the world." President Pabre said quietly, "For a long-term goal, there will always be people who need to sacrifice. Su Lu silently recalled Professor Shun's words in his heart. There was never any reason in the universe, so he asked, "Then why is it not you or me who sacrificed?" President Pabre was silent for a moment, and then said, "Schiller once wrote a legendary novel in his early years. The novel described a war that surrounded Xiangqing. In his later years, he wrote another novel, The Story of the Soldier, which described the innocent people who were used as shields by the hero during the war. The soldier's death saved the hero of Xiangqing and indirectly saved hundreds of thousands of people. However, to him, it was such a tragedy. I think this story can answer your previous question. I have read this story. In my opinion, the soldier's death was not a sacrifice because no one asked for his opinion. That is the source of the tragedy." Su Lu narrowed his eyes and said, "Similarly, you did not ask the waitress in the Linhai State Gymnasium whether the soldiers of the West Woods on the ancient bell were willing to die for your grand plan. So, this is not a sacrifice. It is still murder." Then, in the Golden Foundation building, those special task force agents who died under the guns of you and Shi Qinghai, should they be considered as sacrifices, or were they murdered by you? President Pabre's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, and the pressure was enough to stare into Su Li's eyes. He asked in a deep voice, "If those innocent special task force agents can be sacrificed in your eyes, then why can't Zhong Suahu and the others be sacrificed for the Federation?" This was a very sharp and direct interrogation. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and suddenly contracted his pupils. After a long silence, he tightly pursed his lips and looked up. He said, "A few years ago, on the Iron Tower, I once said to a girl that the justice that needs to be obtained by sacrificing innocent people is not justice. Then what is the difference between us and you? The difference is that Shi Qinghai and I have never had the subjective intention to harm innocent people, including those special task force agents in the Golden Foundation building. Maybe this sounds like sophistry to you, because whether there is subjective intention or not, the result is the same death. But just like what I thought in the Snow Queen Charter Square, I always insist that the motive is more important than the result." Chapter 756. Motives, Results, Fairness, and Justice. President Pabre frowned and stared into his eyes. "Before I decided to pardon you, Lady Tai wanted to kill you, the master of the Li family wanted to kill you, and even the 2 justices of the Supreme Court expressed their opposition. Where do you think the Federation's fairness and justice was at that time? Mr. President, you are the most outstanding orator in the Federation. I don't expect to be able to convince you of anything. I only hope to be able to convince myself." After a pause, Su Lu said, "I've already said too much tonight, even more than what I usually say in a month. Let's stop here for now." Although he stopped here, he still frowned and continued to speak. Looking at the people behind the transparent wall, he sighed emotionally. "I was prepared to get married, but it looks like I won't be able to in a short time. It's also possible that I won't be able to get married for the rest of my life. I'm really a bit disappointed." He looked at Li Jiedu and asked, "What would your father think? What would your son think if he did?" With a sliver of complicated emotion, he looked at President Pabre and asked, "Do you really know who George Carlin is?" It's easy to think of the meeting room in prison. He gently patted the transparent wall in front of him and said, "It's just that I can't be sure at the moment whether I'm the prisoner or you guys." In the end, Su Lu said, "You can shoot now." The top-secret phone in the confidential room of the official residence rang. President Pabre picked up the receiver and listened silently. He could faintly hear words like second sequence. It looked like this call was from the Bureau of Proclamation. After hanging up the phone, President Pabre looked at Su Lu quietly for a long time. Suddenly, he said, "I never wanted to execute you. The Federation government will arrest you as a fugitive and put you on trial. Back then, the Bureau of Proclamation and the Westwood's military district's arrest in the Westwoods never stopped. And you probably haven't forgotten the warrant for your arrest. Because of the appearance of the marshal, I haven't had time to issue an official pardon. Following the silent order, the special elite soldiers who had been silently waiting in the corridor on the second floor of the presidential residence for a long time began to move. In the shortest amount of time, they broke through the 2 wooden doors that had long been listed as cultural relics. There was a loud boom. The soldiers rushed in at high speed with high-powered firearms. Their fingers nervously pressed against the warm triggers, and the black muzzles did not leave Sue Lee's body for a moment. During this process, Sue Lu was surprisingly calm and didn't make any attempts to resist, because he knew that as long as he made any movement that would arouse the suspicion of these soldiers, they would definitely not hesitate to shoot at him. Perhaps the people behind the transparent wall were waiting for his resistance, because the Federation government needed a reason to execute him. So he couldn't give them a reason. Sue Lu silently raised his hands and allowed these elite Special Forces soldiers to rush in front of him. He twisted his arms and fastened the super-strong wrist restraints. His ankles were closed with heavy metal positioning valves. Then, he was tied layer by layer to a special metal frame, like S3's special product, Zongzi. The metal frame moved horizontally and vertically like a cross. The cold and thick frame pressed tightly against his spine. Because of the tight movements of the Special Forces soldiers, the part of his back that was in contact with the metal frame felt a cold pain, but it successfully made his posture appear even straighter, and his chin was raised even higher. After the 2 most careful confirmations, confirming that the restraints, the super-strong restraints on his wrists and the heavy metal positioning valves on his ankles were enough to prevent a real prehistoric monster from moving an inch, these elite Special Forces soldiers from the Capitol Garrison Guard 1st Division finally let out a sigh of relief, and the strange and tense atmosphere in the study of the official residence finally faded a little. The Federal Army was a place that respected the strong. Over the years, all the soldiers knew that the strongest of the younger generation in the Army were Sue Lu and Li Feng. Especially after Sue Lu launched a surprise attack on the Empire and returned safely, his reputation in the Army had become even more resounding. These elite Special Forces soldiers, who were usually incomparably proud and self-proclaimed, did not have any pride or confidence in front of Sue Lu. They were full of vigilance and even reverence, nervous, and worried that if he really did resist, how many people would die before this room truly quieted down. During the entire process, Sue Lu did not resist or even take the initiative to make any moves. However, the nervous Special Forces soldiers did not fight back, but it was as if they had just experienced the most difficult battle. Their expressions were forced to remain calm, but their combat uniforms were already soaked. Before being pushed out of the severely damaged door of the study, Sue Lu, who was tightly bound to the metal cross, narrowed his eyes and looked at the cup of jasmine tea on the table from the corner of his eyes. He asked the transparent wall, "Is this cup of tea poisoned?" After learning the details of Shi Qinghai's accident from Zhang Xiaoming last night, he had not drunk a single drop of liquid that was not processed by him. Therefore, he did not drink a single sip of this cup of jasmine tea. At this moment, he was very curious to know Mr. President's answer. President Pabre frowned, and a faint tiredness and disappointment appeared in his calm and deep eyes. He did not answer his question. Because of his silence, Sue Lee's slightly narrowed eyes also showed a faint tiredness and disappointment. The high-authority communication system on the desk continued to send out reports. Sue Lu had been escorted out of the corridor, downstairs, and onto the lawn. He had been escorted into a specially modified armored vehicle and was then handed over to the Iron 7th Division stationed on the west side of the square. The transparent wall between the study and the confidential room of the president's official residence had been retracted back into the structure of the building. President Pabre, Li Jiedu, and Du Xiaoqing listened to the voice from the desk in silence. After a moment, Li Jiedu looked up and calmly looked at Mr. President's dark and tired face. "I know what you want to say." President Pabre frowned slightly and said, "This young man is not an ordinary person. He is the successor personally chosen by the general. He is a hero in the hearts of the people of the Federation. He is not an ordinary person. You can't just casually kill him." Li Jiedu frowned slightly and was about to raise his objection. President Pabre raised his hand to stop him and continued to explain in a deep voice, "If he dies like this, aren't you worried that the soldiers in the army will be suspicious and disheartened? And because of the Parliament Hill and Lake, those families have already begun to be wary of us. If Su Lu really dies, Lady Tai, and the old people like Liyuan Palace will definitely use this as an excuse to do something that we don't want to see. The most important thing is..." Mr. President stood up and lowered his head to adjust the bow tie on his neck. He calmly said, "Before the operation just now, I received a call from Director Chui. The Federal Central Computer has already issued the third sequence of security warnings. This warning is aimed directly at Su Lu." He raised his head and narrowed his eyes slightly. "This is the problem of the first sequence of security that you have been investigating. I have been thinking, if the Federal Central Computer believes that Su Lu is so important to the Federation, then it would be the greatest irresponsibility to the Federation for us to casually end his life." General Li Jiedu silently thought for a moment. He smiled and shook his head. After whispering a few words, he left the study of the official residence with Du Xiaoqing. The two wooden doors of the study had long been broken. The curtains that were tied to the door lock by Su Lu with professional skills did indeed firmly secure the position of the lock. However, there was no way to prevent the special forces from directly smashing two large holes in the door. President Pabre sat behind the desk, looking at the two holes and the clear and sharp old wood stubble. He unconsciously frowned and fell into a strange silence. He was the most powerful man in the Federation. However, when he sat alone in the study and could no longer see the young man he had always felt familiar with, for some reason he felt a little lonely. The lonely silence lasted for a long time until Bryn, the director of the office, walked in cautiously. President Pabre didn't seem to hear what he said clearly. He subconsciously nodded and then got up to leave. Before leaving the study, he looked at the cup of jasmine tea on the table and suddenly stopped. He picked up the already cold tea and took a big sip. He felt a lot calmer. Mr. President pushed open the bedroom door, but was greeted with a loud slap in the face. He was a little tired and didn't react. He only had time to slightly move his body so that the angry and disappointed palm hit the bottom of his face. Then, when the palm fell again, he forcefully grabbed the other person's hand. "What are you doing?" President Pabre stared into his wife's eyes and asked in shock. "Su Lu is a good young man. You can't do this." The president's wife's face was full of tears. Her makeup was a mess, revealing the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. It was very obvious that she didn't sleep at all tonight. She lowered her voice and cried out with great pain, "He was caught by you to save you. Are you letting him down? Are you letting your conscience down?" President Pabre felt a numbing sensation surge into his mind. He stared angrily into his wife's eyes and roared like an enraged lion. "You don't understand anything. You don't understand." "What don't I understand?" The president's wife angrily pulled back her hand and said sorrowfully, "You know Li Jiedu's personality. Back then, I cooked noodles for you every night. I also know his personality. He will definitely kill Su Lu immediately. He will kill him immediately." President Pabre furrowed his brows tightly. His brows were like the Chinese character Sichuan, like a river with an unknown destination. He knew that his wife was telling the truth, and he didn't want to think about whether he was pretending not to know or tacitly admitting that this had happened. At this time, the president's wife didn't notice that their poor, autistic daughter was staring at them from the door. Padil's light brown eyes were filled with sadness and disappointment. She was no longer innocent. Chapter 757. Li Jiedu and Du Shaoqing walked out of the official residence and were greeted by several officers with solemn expressions. These officers were from several powerful forces near the capital special district. They shared a common trait with Du Shaoqing, which was that they were young and sharp, with stars shining on their epaulets. The young generals saluted their teachers, their eyes burning with calmness. Although they knew that this spring night was not a real operation, there was no doubt that it was the prelude to a major change. They followed the great statesman in the official residence and had stepped onto the stage of history, so they would never leave before the curtain fell on their lives. After a brief conversation and briefing, the generals led their direct subordinates and quickly left. Only Li Jiedu and Du Shaoqing were left on the lawn. After a short silence, General Li Jiedu frowned slightly. Looking at the street that had returned to normal, he said, "Actually, Mr. President's concerns were just reasons he found for himself. To kill or not to kill is just a matter of thought. Sometimes you don't need to think too much." Du Shaoqing did not respond. He put on his sunglasses and remained silent. In fact, this night, he and his Iron 7th Division took on the most critical task of arresting Su Lu. However, after entering the official residence, he did not say a word. Li Jiedu glanced at him and said with a smile, "It is indeed a very difficult decision to destroy the passionate, naive, and hot-blooded version of myself when I was young." The meaning of this sentence was obvious. In his opinion, President Pabre did not agree to execute Su Lu immediately. It had nothing to do with the danger that those families might take advantage of the situation. It even had nothing to do with Su Li's puzzling first-order authority in the charter. It was purely because of the emotions of the current him looking at the past him. No matter how experienced and calm a schemer was, there was a period when they were young where they were passionate, naive, and often hot-blooded and angry. President Pabre was like this. Then what about Li Jiedu himself? Su Lu is an extremely dangerous person. Because of the issue of authority, he is even more dangerous than the evaluation of all the members of the association. In my opinion, he is even more dangerous than the hidden forces of the 7 families, because his danger is too direct. General Li Jiedu continued expressionlessly, "Our cause cannot bear this kind of risk. In the face of simple and direct violence, we cannot retreat in the slightest. Du Shaoqing, take care of this matter." He looked at Du Shaoqing and said, "Don't think too much about the impact. As long as we leave the area of the president's official residence and the square, we can find a suitable reason for any accidental death." The sunglasses on Du Shaoqing's nose reflected the dim light of the official residence in the spring night. After a moment of silence, he said, "I need an order from Mr. President. We are soldiers. We have the right to make decisions on the battlefield. And as long as Su Lu is there, it is usually a battlefield." Li Jiedu's calm and oppressive gaze directly pierced through the lens of his sunglasses and fell on Du Shaoqing's eyes. He continued, "Killing a hero of the Federation who is deeply loved by the people is a crime that is destined to be written in history. If you insist that the president give the order directly, then it is equivalent to you convicting him in advance." Du Shaoqing was silent for a moment, then saluted and said, "I will definitely complete the mission." The troops that came in armored vehicles left in armored vehicles. there were more than 10 members of Group 7 who could not escape at all. Charter Square, which was filled with a tense and solemn atmosphere before, almost instantly returned to silence and desolation. At the entrance of the buildings along the street, several second lieutenants were smiling and explaining something to the residents, telling them the good news of the end of the anti-terrorism exercise. At the same time, they handed over the gift packages specially prepared by the Ministry of National Defense. The residents expressed their magnanimity for disturbing their dreams. Occasionally, green leaves fell and rolled on the street, and a few lonely stars hung in the night sky. Under the dim starlight, the bronze statue of the Group of 5 and the statue of the military god looked at each other without saying a word. The spring night was like yesterday, and the night wind was as usual. The troops that participated in this secret military operation quickly left Charter Square and went through the reserve military ramp, passing through the civilian buildings on the ground, and sometimes crossing the half-elevated Bering Bridge as quietly as possible to the camp in the suburbs. A convoy drove from the president's residence just past the Ministry of Finance building and drove out of Charter Square. All the armored vehicles had been specially modified, all the remote control chips were removed, and even the most important control valves were adjusted to manual operation priority. A first lieutenant of the Iron 7th Division looked at the small-eyed man who was tied to the cross alloy frame at the bottom of the dark armored vehicle and suppressed the shock and confusion in his heart. He tightly held the high-powered short-barreled gun in his hand and silently thought, is it because of this guy that the Army carried out these modifications in advance? The soldiers of the Federation all knew how amazing this guy was, and his research on the mechanical electronic control system was to the extreme. But why did the superior order to remove the remote control system? Was he really so amazing that he could use these things to escape the escort of hundreds of elite soldiers? Not to mention that his hands and feet were already equipped with super-strong magnetic shackles. No matter how powerful he was, he should be desperate now, right? He actually smiled. That guy actually smiled. So scary. The first lieutenant opened his eyes wide and looked at the guy at the bottom of the armored vehicle in disbelief. He subconsciously raised the gun in his hand and pointed it at the guy's head. Almost at the same time, the specially selected elites of the Iron 7th Division were collectively shocked by that inexplicable smile, and their pupils shrank, and they raised the guns in their hands. Su Lu, whose body was tightly bound by the new technology of the Federation, was leaning against the cross alloy frame. At this moment, he couldn't even move a finger. Fortunately, the enemies weren't violent enough to control his facial nerves, so he could still grin, revealing his neat and white teeth, and smile until his eyes were squinted. No one knew what time it was. In a corner of the base of the Federation's first military district, located in the suburbs of the capital, a very strange scene appeared. The heavy alloy door of the armory slowly opened, and more than 10 of the most advanced black MX mechas of the Federation activated together. They slowly drove out in the middle of the night, exuding an extremely austere aura. After the Iron 7th Division returned from the front lines of the Empire, they didn't return to S3. Instead, they stayed in S1. As a result, this base became the temporary base of this invincible and iron-blooded division. As one of the first 2 full mecha divisions of the Federation, hundreds of military mechas silently parked in the empty warehouse like metal statues. They hadn't made a sound for many days, until today. The officer of the logistics department of the division looked at the black MX mechas that disappeared into the night like ghosts. He couldn't help but frown and shake his head. He lowered his head and quickly sketched out the relevant procedures with a digital pen. His heart was filled with countless questions and shock, but because of the strict military discipline, he didn't dare to ask. Tonight, the Iron 7th Division seemed to be carrying out a secret military mission. They had continuously mobilized a large number of armored troops and military mechas. The problem was, this wasn't the front lines, but the capital special district. What kind of mission would require such a large amount of firepower? The military MX mechas, glowing with a black metallic luster, drove out of the base in low-impedance mode. They drove along the special military road to the city where the lights were still flashing and gradually disappeared into the darkness of the night. At this moment, the high-grade light absorption paint developed by the Nutshell Engineering Department painted these tall and heavy mechas with a layer of ghostly feeling. Before the ghostly military mechas entered the defense circle of the Capital Special District, they received the expected strict questioning. Since the assassination at the Linhai State Gymnasium, the thermal start band monitoring network of mechas spread all over the major cities of the Federation had already captured the silhouettes of these military mechas. However, the Department of National Defense in charge of the military mechas location monitoring only received a brief explanation from the other party after sending out the strict questioning. Secret military mission. The nervous and shocked officials of the Department of National Defense were preparing to order the standby Federation fighter jets to immediately take off to intercept them when they once again received an electronic document from the Black MX mechas. This electronic document proved that these Black MX mechas had the highest level of authority from the Federation government and the military. No department, including the Department of National Defense, had the right to stop them from entering the city that was still lit in the middle of the night, but was still sleeping soundly. The armored fleet moved relatively slowly, gradually increasing the distance between them and the troops in front. Not long after they drove out of the Charter Square area, an order was passed through the encrypted command system to the armored vehicle in the middle. After the first lieutenant received the order, he raised his head and glanced at Su Lu with a complicated expression. Unable to completely hide the shock in his heart, the right hand that held the gun silently slipped his index finger into the trigger holster. He couldn't understand this unbelievable order. The officer tied to the alloy frame was a hero of the Federation with outstanding military achievements. The successor personally chosen by the war god, the role model and idol in the hearts of countless Federation soldiers. But in the end, he was going to be executed by himself on the spot. As an officer of the Iron 7th Division, he had executed many incomprehensible orders on the battlefield. Later on, facts continuously proved that this approach was correct. Not to mention, the order he received tonight was directly from his commander. The first lieutenant and his companions looked at each other and saw the shock and uneasiness in each other's eyes. The Iron 7th Division had always been known for its strict discipline. From the commander Du Shaoqing to the most common logistician, they had the strictest self-requirements on the battlefield. They were cold, proud, stubborn, and strong. To be able to make an officer of the Iron 7th Division feel shocked, uneasy, and even confused when facing an order from a superior as the target of execution, Su Lu should feel very comforted. "Colonel Su Lu, I'm sorry." The first lieutenant swallowed hard and looked at the bottom of the car. He raised the gun in his hand and aimed it at the person tied to the cross. Chapter 758. The muzzle was raised, then lowered. In the end, the lieutenant and the officer beside him did not pull the trigger. Su Lu, who should have felt comforted by their hesitation, should feel even more comforted. Although the people in the military were used to seeing life and death, when faced with someone like Su Lu, they still could not so easily decide his life and death. Probably sensing that something had happened in the car, the 20 or so armored vehicles that were slowly moving forward stopped in a small square in the middle of an empty commercial building. The door of the car opened, and an officer of the Iron 7th Division walked in with a cold expression. After confirming the situation, He frowned and stared at the lieutenant who had been specially chosen to carry out the mission. He coldly said, "If you don't have a good reason, I think the commander will be very satisfied with your previous actions." Hearing the word commander, the lieutenant, who had put down his gun, began to breathe rapidly. His eyes were bloodshot from the struggle. He laughed somewhat self-deprecatingly and slowly said, "Back then at Yellow Mountain Ridge, I was only a squad leader. If it wasn't for Colonel Sulu controlling the MX, my entire squad would have been trampled into meat paste by the Empire's mechas." The lieutenant shook his head and calmly said, "Sir, I'm very sorry, but I can't do it." The high-ranking officer was silent for a moment. He waved his hand and signaled for the officer behind him to drag the lieutenant out. After a moment of silence, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Sulu with a cold gaze. "Instructor, we are soldiers. We have to obey the orders of our superiors. Please understand." Hearing the term instructor, Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked over. In the dim light, he clearly saw the officer's face. He was relieved. This person was not Zhou Yu, but the officer with the surname Chang, whose right leg he had smashed on the field back then. This is just a small interlude. Major Chang looked at him mockingly. "You don't need to be too surprised. No matter what, there will be someone who will send you to that dark world. No one will allow you to walk out of this armored vehicle." As his voice fell, the small square of the commercial district under the night sky suddenly rang out with a very low roar. These low, rumbling sounds came from the darkness between the buildings, shaking people's eardrums, shaking the ground slightly, and shaking the billboards on the street as if they were being blown by a strong wind, extremely uneasy. Major Chang frowned as he looked out. At the same time, the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division on the armored vehicles also looked out warily. For them, who had been through hundreds of battles on the battlefield, this sound was all too familiar. Every time the smoke rose and the Empire's bullets rained down, as long as they heard this low rumble, they would feel much calmer and more confident. This was because this was the unique rumble of the dual engines of the Federation's military MX mecha. However, as they were carrying out a secret military mission tonight, when they heard this familiar rumble of mecha engines, their hearts were filled with infinite nervousness. This was because in the original plan, not a single mecha from the Iron 7th Division had been mobilized. Then, where did these mecha coming from in the darkness of the night come from? The officers inside and outside the armored vehicle that Sulu was in, as well as the few officers who knew the details of tonight's mission, very naturally connected the dots. They abruptly became alert and quickly ordered the entire fleet to enter a strategic state. Everyone knew that Sulu was the designer of the MX mecha and the 17th Armored Division. He was in, along with the Iron 7th Division, were the only two divisions of the Federation military that were fully integrated with mecha. Could it be that these mecha lurking in the darkness, approaching at high speed, were from the 17th Armored Division? More than 10 completely black military MX mecha suddenly appeared from the darkness of the night like specters. From the streets and alleys surrounding the small square, they charged towards the fleet at high speed. The group of black mecha that had already transformed into their human forms were silent and solemn, instantly transforming from specters into invincible steel giants. The armored combat team of the Iron 7th Division felt as if those black shadows that were far taller than the streetlights were a tangible fear that enveloped their hearts and loomed over their heads. At this moment, they felt as if they had returned to the battlefield on planet 33205460, where the flames of war raged. No, it was even scarier than that, because they were facing the most powerful MX mecha of the Federation. What made the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division feel the most incomparably cold was that, due to the special requirements of tonight's secret military mission, all of the armored vehicles' remote control systems and automatic fire systems had been modified. In this extremely short period of time, there was no way they could make an effective response at all. Identity confirmed. Identity confirmed. The communications officer of the armored combat team shouted at the mecha charging at them at high speed through the system. At the same time, he quickly activated the battlefield identification system. Major Chong solemnly stared at the command terminal on his wrist. After a few seconds, his expression suddenly relaxed. The black MX mecha still didn't slow down their charging speed, nor did they respond to the call of the Iron 7th Division. However, the MX mecha quickly transmitted a series of codes into the identification system. Every division of the Federation had their own unique battlefield codes. According to the chaotic operation mode developed by the Federal Academy of Science, the codes were automatically updated 24 hours a day. This kind of top-secret code could only be fully matched by the people of the division. Even the high-ranking departments of the Department of National Defense couldn't copy this code before the complete battlefield system was activated. Major Chong was very sure that this group of black mecha that had appeared out of the darkness was the mecha of the Iron 7 Division. He immediately ordered all the combat personnel to stop attacking to prevent the absurd scene of them fighting each other. Thick confusion and doubt surged into his mind. When had the division sent a group of black mecha over? Why did the pilots not respond to his own shouts in the system? Most importantly, what were they here for? From the corner of his eye, he saw Su Lu tied to an alloy frame in the dark corner of the armored vehicle. Major Chong vaguely guessed the answer. He couldn't help but frown. Could the division use this kind of method to hide it from the Department of National Defense and the 17th Division? What kind of person was Instructor Su Lu? Why did they mobilize so many mecha to kill him? At that time, the situation had changed so quickly that no one had time to keep up with it. Naturally, there was no time to think. Less than 3 seconds after the Iron 7 Division's armored vehicles received the order not to shoot, more than 10 black MXs from the surrounding streets rushed into the small square where the armored vehicles were located. The black mecha at the front raised its heavy mechanical arm without hesitation and smashed it down viciously at one of the armored vehicles. With a loud boom, the soft tracks of the armored vehicle were shattered into pieces. Smoke and dust shot out from the bottom of the vehicle as if it was about to fly. In fact, after being struck by the black mecha, the sturdy cabin of the armored vehicle was suddenly flattened and then stubbornly sprang up from the ground. It really did look like a small spaceship that was about to take off. The officers of the Iron 7th Division in the armored vehicle were knocked out of the cabin. Their bodies were bruised all over. Although there were no fatal injuries, they were still a little dazed by the terrifying attack. Especially Major Chong, who was sent flying by the shockwave to the side of the street next to a trash can. He stared in shock at the tall black mecha not far in front of him. He thought to himself that even if it was an act to hide from the investigation, these mecha were too dangerous. Under the heavy blow of the black mecha's mechanical arm, although the sturdy armored vehicle was severely deformed, it surprisingly didn't fall apart. Only the most fragile part of the armor at the top of the vehicle was torn apart by the tremendous force. With a second heavy blow from the black mecha, the crack was directly torn apart. The deformed armor plate flew miserably far away and landed heavily on the street with a muffled thud. Su Lu, who was tied tightly to the metal frame, fell heavily and landed on the ground. There was a bloody cut on the side of his face. Suddenly, he found that the armor plate on top of his head had disappeared. He couldn't help but squint. The sparse stars in the night sky, he hadn't seen them for only a few hours, but it felt like centuries had passed. The 2 moons were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that you couldn't bear to watch this vicious massacre? The black MX mecha stood in front of the armored vehicle. It was like a giant looking down coldly at the toy car that a child was riding in. If it wanted to, it could trample this toy car into pieces at any time. With a sharp sound, a sharp alloy blade popped out from the front end of the black mech's right arm. The blade spun quickly, emitting a cold light. Then it swung down heavily into the armored vehicle. The cold blade, which seemed to be larger than a human's body, ruthlessly slashed at Su Li's immobile body. It was like a giant weapon used by an ancient god, mercilessly slashing at a lowly kitten. Su Lu didn't seem to see the giant alloy blade coming at him at all. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the starry sky through the narrowing gap. Perhaps he knew that this was the last time he would see it, so his gaze was exceptionally calm, but also a little greedy. At this moment, the small plaza of the commercial district under the cover of the thick night seemed to have sunk into absolute silence. The black MX mecha that had invaded the inner circle of the armored fleet still had their engines roaring. All the sounds had disappeared. The soldiers of the Iron 7 Division had complicated expressions as they looked at the heavily damaged armored vehicle and the gleam of the alloy blade that shone with a desolate light in the night. They knew that someone was about to die. They roughly understood that the story of a certain hero would end tonight. The heavy alloy blade of the mecha slid past Su Li's eyes, past the tip of his nose, and then viciously slashed between his legs, sending up a spray of unusually bright sparks. No one could describe the accuracy of this attack, or rather, the precision of this attack. The difficulty of this attack was like a person holding a kitchen knife and accurately slicing sesame seeds on a chopping board into two perfect semicircles. If one considered that this kind of operation was done by a clumsy mecha from the conventional concept, one could imagine the fearsomeness of this attack. Even Su Lu himself would not be able to execute such a perfect attack at any time and place. Then came two crisp sounds. The tall black MX was like a cold killer, swinging its alloy blade into the armored vehicle, accurately chopping at the hard joints of the alloy frame. No matter how strong the shackles were, in front of the black mecha's heavy and crazy chopping, they were as fragile as a young girl's straw bracelet. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. His chest suddenly rose and fell. The layers of restraints on his body instantly tore apart with a hiss. The shards of the high-density fiber restraints fluttered in the air under the streetlights and dim starlight, like butterflies breaking out of their cocoons. Correcting a bug in the previous article, the first constitutional calendar is set to 1,000 years, counting from the beginning of the Republic. Then I will seriously ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. My updates have always been worse than everyone else's. I'm ashamed to use my updates to solicit votes. That would be asking for a beating. I'm also a little embarrassed to start a single chapter. Let's see if my face will thicken again tomorrow. Recently, writing this big plot has been really hard. I've been working very hard. Tomorrow, I'll work even harder and try to get 3 chapters. Please cast your monthly votes and support me. It's really urgent because I was pushed down by this fatty 72. I'm really embarrassed and angry. I want to fight back. I want to be on top. Chapter 759. Su Lu stood up like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. Of course, he didn't have that kind of slender beauty. The broken shackles and alloy frame only gave him a sense of valiance. In a space where no one could hear, the old man's voice rang out. Are you afraid of death? Of course you are. Then why didn't you even blink? Because I have you. Why should I be afraid? No one can kill me unless I want to kill myself. The night wind in the small square of the commercial district suddenly heated up. The engines of more than 10 black MX mechas roared, and their posture quickly changed. Their powerful mechanical arms pushed horizontally towards the armored vehicles beside them. The mechanical movements of these black mechs appeared to be somewhat clumsy and not smooth enough. However, whether it was the choice of strength or angle, they were exceptionally precise. Under the premise that they did not cause terrifying damage, they accurately pushed all the armored vehicles to the sides of the street. The entire process looked just like that famous game of box pushing for young children. The armored vehicles and the ground ground violently, producing an ear-piercing sound and dazzling sparks. They collided with the artificial undulations on both sides of the street, shaking up and then falling back down. The soldiers of the Iron 7th Division finally reacted. Under Major Chang's furious order, they pulled the triggers and fired at the central area of the small square of the commercial district. Bang, 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 bang. The dull sound of high-speed bullets hitting the alloy frame rang out. Countless dazzling bullet flames instantly lit up the streets of this spring night. The high firepower guns on the armored vehicles on the periphery spat out bullets, accurately turning the central area of the square into a swamp of death. What was very strange was that after the black mechas pushed the armored vehicles away and occupied the central area of the square, they didn't immediately return the fierce fire of the Iron 7th Division. The black mechas knelt down on their heavy mechanical legs and formed a circle, exposing their backs to the bullets of the Iron 7th Division's guns. After that, they didn't do anything else. Howling bullets rained down on the backs and mechanical legs of the black mecha, emitting ear-piercing sounds of metal cracking. From time to time, shards of metal that could not be determined whether they were bullets or mecha fragments flew into the air, landing on the ground. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly. The black mechas formed a circle. They didn't return fire, nor did they dodge. They just knelt quietly. In stark contrast to the fierce attacks on their bodies, the smoke and dust stirred up by the high temperature, the swaying streetlights, and the hurried shouts. At this moment, they were like a row of silent black stone sculptures, with an indescribable solemn beauty. What the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division who were fiercely firing at them couldn't see was that the black mechas in a half-kneeling circle perfectly used this angle to block all the bullets coming from all directions. Meanwhile, on the side facing the damaged armored vehicle in the center of the circle, the cockpits of all the mechas were slowly opening. Facing Sula, who had just climbed out of the hole in the roof of the armored vehicle, it was like countless thrones opening at the same time to welcome the return of the king. He stood on the armored vehicle, looking at the black mechas in front of him, listening to the rapid and terrifying gunshots outside. Without any hesitation, he channeled strength into his legs and jumped up onto the platform on the left side of the mecha. Like a light puff of smoke, he jumped up again and stepped directly onto the open cockpit door of the black mecha. For Sulo, the MX mecha was as familiar as the child he had raised. He knew that he wouldn't make a mistake, and he also knew that as long as he entered the mecha, he would have absolute safety. The so-called strong confidence of having a mecha in hand had never diminished in the slightest. However, when his right foot stepped onto the thick cockpit door of the mecha, his body couldn't help but stiffen. Because there was someone inside the mecha. A pilot belonging to the Iron 7th Division was looking at him with a pale face. His left hand was pressing a button tightly, and his right hand was quickly reaching for the pistol at his waist. There was a trace of despair in his eyes. This was a diligent and studious pilot. Tonight, he was familiarizing himself with the third close combat plan of the MX mecha in the warehouse. However, while he was immersed in the teaching materials written by a beady-eyed officer back in the training base, the mecha that should have been quietly waiting for orders suddenly moved. The baffled pilot immediately tried to order the MX mecha on him to stop, but he was horrified to find that all his operations had failed. Then, he was even more horrified to find that he had no way of communicating with the outside world. He couldn't even turn on the external speakers of the mecha to warn those unaware logistics officers and soldiers. He widened his eyes and looked at his own mecha with confusion and unease. Along with more black MXs, they easily drove out of the warehouse, drove out of the base, and drove along the military road towards the city. He felt this strange atmosphere, but he couldn't do anything. The mecha entered the city, sneaked into the night, and then suddenly launched an attack. This pilot recognized that the armored vehicle unit in front of him was his division's unit. He screamed in panic, wanting to warn the commander of the unit, but he couldn't make his voice travel out of the mecha. He stood up and slammed the heavy cabin door with all his might in panic and anger, but he could only receive a futile and hopeless result. He watched the attack happen with his own eyes. He watched this black MX mecha that was no longer under his control. It was as if it suddenly had its own soul and began to attack on its own. The pilot's face was pale, and his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. The mecha endured the fierce firepower attack. The muffled sounds were like that of a rainstorm that could be heard in the wooden house. The pilot's breathing quickened as he looked at the open cabin door. He looked at the man who had suddenly appeared in front of him. With his strong will, he controlled his crazy and uncontrollable mental tendencies. His right hand quickly reached for the pistol at his waist, and at the same time, he prepared to press the trembling self-destruct button. In that instant, when he saw the pale-faced pilot in the cockpit, Sulu could think of countless ways to kill the other, enter the cockpit, and truly take control of this MX. He even had the confidence that even if this pilot pressed the self-destruct button before he died, he would still have the confidence to escape. The self-destruct program was the outermost program within a mecha's sealed internal system. Under the premise of manual operation, all automatic systems would not be able to stop it. Even that great existence that existed like a ghost among these 10 black mecha would not be able to do this. Should he take a risk and gamble? He wouldn't die anyway. In this short moment, perhaps Sulu thought of many things, or perhaps he didn't think of anything at all. He just acted according to his own instincts. He suddenly flipped backwards and directly jumped down from the cockpit door. Almost at the same time, his feet stepped onto the hard surface of the road. The black mecha on both sides swung their heavy mechanical arms at the same time, slamming them hard into the ground within 2 meters of where he landed. The mechanical arms collided violently with the road, causing dust and gravel to fill the air. In an instant, it actually suppressed the violent sounds of gunfire behind him. The hard surface of the road cracked and then collapsed. The soldiers of the Iron 7th Division on both sides of the street charged forward fearlessly. They knew very well what kind of terrible consequences it would bring if they let Sulu escape, so they didn't care about the terrifying power of the 10 black mecha at all. Almost suicidally, they carried their guns and passed through the metal tree-like mechanical legs to rush to the center of the small square. They mercilessly opened fire at the smoke that filled the air. After who knew how long, the muffled and loud gunshots finally stopped. The soldiers of the Iron 7th Division held their guns tightly, nervously waiting for the moment when the smoke dissipated. The road had collapsed, revealing a hole big enough for 2 people to pass through. However, a heavy black MX mecha had fallen down at some point, using its heavy body to press down on the hole until only a small gap was left. It looked like a brave soldier on the battlefield using his chest to block the enemy's bullet hole, and it also blocked the path of the Iron 7th Division to chase after Sulu. Major Chong looked at the hole with a pale face, quietly calling for mecha support. Then he couldn't help but look up at the black metal statue-like mecha above him. He suddenly felt very cold. In the quiet underground sewer pipe of the Capital Special District, the self-sensor system accurately detected the entry of a large warm object and automatically turned on the dim lights. As the lights turned on and off, a Federation officer could be seen silently walking forward. A mouse quickly ran past his feet. Probably because it had not seen a human for many years, the most stubborn mammal in the world did not show any fear. Su Lu, who had just escaped danger, didn't have any lingering fear in his eyes. He looked at the road in front of him. His footsteps were extraordinarily steady. Sometimes he would subconsciously touch the metal bracelet on his left hand. The underground pipelines of the metropolis were no stranger to Su Lu. Last year on the Empire's Tianjing planet, he had relied on the highway system of the Mouse Kingdom to successfully escape Huai Caoshi's pursuit. However, at that time, he had to rely on the electronic map in his bracelet to locate his position. Now, in the Federation, he only needed to look at the extremely accurate and real-time map display in his left eye. There's someone in that mecha. Is it because from the beginning you didn't want to give me an undamaged mecha because it might cause me to kill other humans? After walking silently for an unknown amount of time, he suddenly asked in a low voice. His voice reverberated in the quiet and empty space, becoming somewhat unclear. The Federal Central Computer, whose computing speed was praised to be comparable to the length of light, seemed to find this question a little troublesome. After pausing for about 2 seconds, it replied in his mind, "I can't confirm that this is a programming error. In fact, you can kill him and take that mecha." "Yes, I can kill him," Su Lu repeated in a somewhat mechanical manner. "But you didn't do that." The old thing's voice suddenly seemed to carry a trace of sympathy and comfort. "Is it because of what Mr. President said tonight that made you feel something?" Su Lu was silent for a long time before saying, "Maybe it's because I'm not the creator. Maybe I don't have the right to decide the life and death of others. However, regarding this question, I still need time to think about it." "Where are we going now?" "I don't know. As long as it's a place where they can't kill themselves. But why do I feel like you're already dead?" In the dim underground tunnel, the lights flickered on and off, just like the effect of a stage showing the frustration of life's path. He didn't answer the old thing's question, which was obviously too emotionally and philosophical pretentiousness. He lowered his head and continued to walk in silence, his back view extremely lonely. Chapter 760. He didn't know how long he had been walking. Judging from the time, it was probably from the night to the morning. Su Lu seemed to have finished some kind of vending. He directly sat on the cold and wet ground of the underground passage, with his feet hanging by the sewer. Just like on the battlefield, he sat on the side of the cockpit door that was suspended a few meters in the air. Unfortunately, it was not the deep snow under his feet, but only the sewage flowing slowly. He simply determined the direction. A dozen meters above his head was a subway junction, and if he went further, he would be almost out of the eastern suburbs of the capital. Su Lu unbuttoned his collar to let the sweat on his neck evaporate faster. He asked, "Actually, in the official residence, while listening to them talk, I've been thinking about a question." "What question?" "What if those guys in the hallway of the official residence had directly fired at me? What if you didn't have time to save me? What if I couldn't save myself?" He frowned, the sensor lights behind him gradually extinguishing, and the treated sewage under his feet had a faint smell of iron. "What would you have done if I hadn't saved you?" the Federal Central Computer asked in his mind. From the mechanical question and answer in the hospital's black dream to later questions and even jokes, these details showed the changes of many old things. "I prepared 3 escape routes at that time. The lawn outside the window and the direct rush into the corridor were the worst choices. The good choice was to directly blow through the ceiling above my head, then turn to the official residence living area in the back floor and break into Mr. President's bedroom." At this time, Su Lu still habitually called the man Mr. President. He tilted his head slightly looked at the water under his feet, and continued, "I wouldn't hurt Madam, and of course I wouldn't hurt Miss Padil, but I think if I were with them, those special forces wouldn't have the guts to use the 10,000-gun roar. But you didn't resist, because I was sure they didn't want to kill me in the official residence." Su Lu sighed softly, scratched his slightly wet hair, and said, "But Li Jadu is indeed very accurate, as expected of a member of the old Li family, with the old man above and Madman Li below. He knows very well what kind of power we guys have. The special shackles he prepared for my hands and feet are indeed not something that can be broken with strength alone." Then he laughed and said, "After being tied to that alloy frame, I had a buckle bomb in my mouth. If you really didn't care about me, I reckon I would still have to fight for it in the end, but the result of the capture probably wouldn't be too good." After a moment of silence, Su Lu blinked and asked, "Back to the question I was concerned about at the beginning. According to what you said back then, I was the first target of protection. Then if in the official residence in the armored car you didn't have time to do the funny trick of using the mecha as a bulletproof fortress, would you use your big killing weapon?" He didn't say what he thought the Federal Central Computer's big killing weapon was, but it was clear that the old man knew what this sentence referred to. He replied, "Although there is a conflict of authority, according to the core program, I will never use the big killing weapon you mentioned. If it really comes to that, I will probably just watch you die silently." "Don't probably." Su Lu frowned and said seriously, "You must not use it, never use it. In theory, the Federal Central Computer could make any Federation citizen die suddenly at any time, anywhere, because it was constantly receiving signals from the chip behind the person's neck. Naturally, it could reverse invade the biological nerves and even the brain of the human body. Su Li's personal experience had long proven this point. The Federal Central Computer could make Su Li's brain accept countless blueprints and cool pictures of beauties, but it could also input large amounts of information in an instant and directly kill his brain. There were even more simple methods to end his life. According to the 4th supplementary clause of the 3 core principles, I am strictly forbidden from actively contacting the chip of the Federation citizens, including reverse transmission of any information. The old man added an explanation, probably to reassure Su Lu. "The problem is that you have already contacted me of your own accord. Back then, you even wanted to contact Uncle." Su Lu still narrowed his eyes and frowned. He said, "The 3 core principles confirm that you can't hurt people and you can't listen to people's orders to hurt people, but I'm really worried. You, who gradually gained human-like intelligence and emotions, have already broken through many things. Will you really break through the 3 core principles one day?" "I won't," the old man calmly replied, "although I have not been able to directly eliminate anomalies 1 to 71 because of the 3 laws, which is what you call Uncle, I still insist that the 3 laws are the great, correct, and eternally necessary truth." Then, the supercomputer that had controlled the social order of the Federation for many years suddenly seemed to be out of order. Its voice was clearly low and sad. "The problem now is that because of the core amendments left by the 5-person team, I have been actively contacting you, and then, as you said, I have been constantly breaking the rules of the charter." He, she, or it appeared in Su Li's left pupil. It was still wearing the well-ironed butler uniform that could not possibly be stained with dust, but its facial features were getting younger and younger, and the feeling of its gender was getting fainter and fainter. It bowed slightly to Su Li's consciousness and sighed. "In the past few years, I've done a lot of things that I've never imagined before. I feel a strong sense of guilt. I don't know if there will be a serious logical conflict between my core program and the sequence of authority if this continues." In contrast, Su Lu, on the other hand, was calmer because he had suffered too much emotional and ideological impact tonight. He shrugged and said, "Are you crazy now?" The old thing stood up straight and replied, seriously, not yet. Then that's good. But tonight, I seriously violated the charter again. I carried out many direct physical operations and activated so many mechas to help you. This matter is too scary. Shut up. Su Lu rubbed the space between his brows and bluntly criticized the hypocrisy of a certain computer. He said, "You've been piloting a 3-winged battleship in the Empire for half a year, robbing everywhere happily. How come I don't see any psychological struggle on your face? Because of your hypocrisy, you didn't even want to give me a mecha and insisted on setting a problem for me. Now that I can only squat in this godforsaken place like a rat, it's easy to make the connection. You definitely won't give me an ACW. Why? Because guns are used to kill people. F***CK. In the dark and gloomy underground sewer, Su Li's voice echoed, but only his voice could be heard. If someone else heard it, they would definitely find it extremely strange, as if this man hiding in the darkness was having a conversation with some ghost. In his mind, the Federal Central Computer suddenly asked, "Sulu, are you preparing to declare war on the Federation government?" Sulu could not give an answer. He lowered his head sadly and stared at the military boots hanging above the dirty water. His voice was slightly hoarse as he replied, "Just take it that I'm afraid of death. Last year, you once said that you were not a moralist. Now, you admit that you are afraid of death. Then, as a computer, I cannot understand your logic. Why did you just ask me to never use the ultimate weapon you spoke of? You clearly know that if I use the ultimate weapon, you will be the strongest man in this part of the universe. Firstly, you don't know how to use it, so this is nonsense. Secondly, the two of us often quarrel. What if one day my quarrel makes you angry from embarrassment, and you just let me die suddenly in the bathroom? I can be killed by you at any time. Living in fear every day is too unfulfilling." The dim light shone on Su Li's smiling face, and then his smile gradually faded. He said slowly, "Old man, if you can kill one person, then you can kill 100 million people. If everyone in the Federation is dead, and only the two of us are left, how unbearable would that be? Compared to that situation, I would rather die and close my eyes." "That makes sense," the central computer replied. "I will remember this sentence of yours." It was still early in the morning. President Pabre, who had just laid down and could not sleep at all, received the latest shocking information. He glanced at his lonely wife on the other side of the bed, frowned slightly, and quickly put on his pajamas. Under the nervous protection of the Special Task Force agents, he walked through the Special Express passage of the official residence and entered the deep underground conference room. Only 2 or 3 of the light screens surrounding the interior of the room were lit. On them were the military chiefs of the Federation, who were loyal to the government. President Pabre walked in with a gloomy expression. He looked around at his subordinates and said in a deep voice, "Begin." The light screen began to play the latest surveillance video. The video included the base in the southern suburbs of the capital, all the stories that happened in the warehouse, and naturally also included the sudden attack in the small square in the commercial district. The video finally stopped on the black mecha that was like a hero blocking the road collapse like a human warrior. It has now been confirmed that the key to this matter is the issue of the Bureau of Proclamation's authority. Li Jadu looked at Director Chui Jiadong in front of the round table and asked with a frown, "Can the Bureau of Proclamation remove his authority?" Chui Jiadong's expression was very complicated. There was a strange sense of dejection hidden in his eyes. He shook his head and said, "The Constitution prohibits computers from performing direct physical operations. But everything that happened tonight has overturned my decades of understanding. So don't ask me. I don't know anything." There was a long silence in the underground conference room of the official residence. these strong-willed big shots who controlled the power of the Federation government vaguely seemed to see a ghost floating in the sky of the Federation. The National Security Advisor, who had just received the specific information, kept wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. He had discovered many terrifying truths from these videos. He looked at President Pabre and suggested with a trembling voice, "You must leave the base immediately. Enter the base in the middle of Siming Mountain. The base can withstand the most powerful battleship main cannons. Only there will you be safe." Chapter 761. The Great President of the Federation, entrusted with the responsibility of managing 3 large regions, nearly 10 administrative systems, and the tens of billions of citizens on hundreds of mineral planets, the highest authority to command millions of federal forces, was frightened into hiding by 2 simple videos into a hidden base in the belly of Siming Mountain. For the government officials in the conference room, the National Security Advisor's suggestion was without a doubt a resounding slap to their faces. However, none of them could object to this suggestion, even though they felt incredibly humiliated in their hearts. Because when they saw those black MX mechas on the screen charging out of the darkness like ghosts without anyone controlling them and smashing into the armored vehicles, they felt an unprecedented shock and fear. As people of the Federation who had been bathed in the glory of the Charter since childhood, they could not understand the strange authority relationship between the central mainframe and Sulu. They did not even know the operating procedures of the central mainframe, but they knew very well how the Federation relied on the Charter network. Now, what they relied on the most seemed to have become the most powerful weapon of the enemy. So how could they not feel uneasy? President Pabre looked at the last shot on the screen and frowned slightly. He shook his head and rejected this suggestion. Raising a hand to stop the cabinet member's anxious advice, he said in a low voice, "I am the president of the Federation. If I hide out of fear, do you think I will have to hide for the entire term?" He slowly swept a glance around the conference room and said in an unquestionable tone, "The matter regarding Colonel Sulu must be kept strictly confidential. It is strictly forbidden to spread outside of this conference room. The government must immediately set up a specialized department to deal with this unexpected situation. General Lee Jadu will be fully in charge. Breen will be your liaison officer." Sitting in the corner behind President Pabre, the director of the office, Breen, nodded in greeting to the crowd. The president continued to issue orders. Although he had not slept for the entire night, his voice was still as deep and powerful. His calm and deep tone gave off a sense of calmness. Work will be split into 2 directions. First, the relevant departments will immediately carry out a bounty operation and strive to find or kill this person in the shortest amount of time. At this stage of the discussion, the word "kill" finally appeared on the screen of the workbench in the president's residence. This was because everyone in the meeting room knew very well how dangerous the Federation hero who had escaped was. Secondly, the Bureau of Proclamation must find a way to remove Sue Lee's first sequence authority as soon as possible. We cannot allow the Federation's the glory of the Charter to become a sanctuary for criminals. The acting director of the Bureau of Proclamation, Chui Jiadong, was sitting on the right side of the president. After hearing the order, he shook his head and said in a low voice, "Mr. President, I'm very sorry. The sequence authority is in the core program. The Bureau of Proclamation can't get the central computer to remove this authority. In fact, we've been working hard for many days, but we haven't gotten any results." This was truly terrible news. What was worse was that everyone could see the exhaustion and despair hidden in the depths of the director of the Bureau of Proclamation. They couldn't help but become nervous and silent. General Lee Jadu, who had asked the Bureau of Proclamation at the very beginning, suddenly said calmly, regarding the issue of Sue Lee's authority, I think that if the central computer can't remove his authority on its own accord, perhaps we should find a way to force the central computer to take back the authority passively. What way? Chui Jiadong looked at Li Jiedu in confusion. He thought of what the other party had said on the street one day, and a faint hope grew in his heart. Although it was not much, it was still there. Conflicting program logic. Li Jiedu looked at the crack in the road on the screen of light and said with a frown, "This matter has just taken shape, but before we have concrete evidence, even I am not confident that it can be done." He raised his head to look at President Pabre and said, "We need some time. During this time, we must give Su Lu enough pressure." The new director of the Federation Bureau of Investigation interrupted and said, "Regarding the first item, the Bureau of Investigation of the Federation has already issued a red warrant. Please rest assured, Mr. President, and everyone else, the three-level surveillance network of the Federation, even if the highest level cannot be activated, the Bureau of Investigation and the Ministry of Defense still have two levels of surveillance networks. Not only can we give Su Lu enough pressure, I am confident that we can directly capture or kill him." Chui Jiadong, who was not very energetic and had a tired expression between his eyebrows, looked at him mockingly and refuted, "As long as this strange first sequence authority exists and the central computer continues to help him, then all the automatic surveillance of the Federation will become meaningless. Data and information. You may not understand, but all data and information are under the surveillance of the central computer. Capture or kill him. I don't think that can be done by relying on the paralyzed two-level surveillance network." The director of the Federation Bureau of Investigation was silent and speechless. Somewhat angrily, he roughly combed his gray hair with his fingers. President Pabre's expression was as calm as usual. He looked at Director Chui Jiadong and reminded him lightly, "Don't forget, the Federation has tens of billions of people. The central computer cannot control people. So for this operation, we must rely on and can only rely on the power of people." He closed his eyes. It was unknown what he was thinking about. Then he opened his eyes and said in a self-deprecating tone, "A federal officer, a fugitive, can actually cause the entire federal government to feel fear and unease. I have to admit that the Federation has reached its most dangerous time." Is this absurd? No, not at all, because we all know how dangerous the person we are about to face is. I announce that the Federation has entered a secret two-level alert state. President Pabre looked at the people in the conference room and said after a moment of silence, "Everyone, this is a war. This is a war between the Federation and one person. We must win the final victory." Returning to the surface from underground, the presidential residence in the early morning was shrouded in a pale golden light. The dew on the lawn sparkled like a layer of fibrous mattress. The noise of the previous night had long disappeared with the withdrawal of the troops. Only the Special Task Force agents, who had raised their security to the highest level, were in their respective corners looking around like eagles in the woods. President Pabre sternly refused any overly tense request from the security department. He stood side by side with Li Jiedu on the balcony, looking at the beautiful morning scenery in front of him. His expression was not as calm and confident as it was in the conference room. "I know Su Li's personality very well, just like I know my own," President Pabre said in a low voice. "Because of that damned authority, once he makes up his mind, he will definitely become the most terrifying enemy. But you can't stop investigating those things because of fear. Whether or not to anger him is all in your consideration. But I think that before we catch him or kill him, it's best that his team members stay alive." "I think so too," Li Jiedu said with emotion. "A young officer caught in a conflict of ideas is always easier to deal with than a killer driven mad by anger. It's a new day. President Pabre looked at the lawn below the balcony and said with a smile, "There are new challenges and new problems waiting for us to deal with. But this time, the problem seems to be more troublesome." Lee Jadu said, "I've never mentioned a certain conjecture because I originally thought that this matter could be properly dealt with, so this conjecture would be meaningless. But now it seems that in order to deal with the most troublesome part, I really do need to wait for that result." After a pause, he continued, "If it doesn't work, then transfer back to Lifong." Su Lu escaped, and the Federation government began to pursue or kill him. The important figures had many things to deal with, such as how to face the inquiries from the families, how to resolve the shock, confusion, and even strong dissatisfaction and anger of the Federation people, how to answer the people's questions, and how to ensure that the government and military could unswervingly carry out the will of the president. That morning, the building of the Ministry of National Defense was the first to welcome the government's action. It had to be said that this choice of order was very correct. However, the Ministry of National Defense officers who did not know the inside story could not hide their shock when they saw the minister organizing documents in the minister's office. The Minister of National Defense, Zhou Yingxing, was asked by the president to temporarily leave his post and accept a certain investigation mission. The government did not state the reason for his temporary leave, but Minister Zhou Yingxing himself knew very well. Looking at the lush plant by the window, Minister Zhou's lips curled into a bitter smile. He basically did not sleep last night. Although the secret military operation at Charter Square directly bypassed the Ministry of National Defense, as the Minister of National Defense, how could he not notice it? Until now, most people in the capital ring still believed that Su Lu was his prospective son-in-law, but this word had been delayed for 4 or 5 years. When this war between the Federation and one person began, because of this relationship, although the Minister of National Defense had a high position, and the influence of Mo Zhou Yingxing behind him, the president's office had to force him to leave this position at all costs. Of course, the government could not directly remove him, so they used the excuse of temporary leave. "Mr. Minister, do you want to bring this plant home?" "No, I have to come back," Minister Zhou said calmly. He was born in the military logistics system and was known for his low profile, but he had been the Minister of National Defense for almost 5 years. Of course, he had considerable strength in the army. In the face of the so-called temporary leave, he could have made a stronger response, even a response that would make the president's office feel very troubled, but he chose to leave peacefully. Zhou Yingxing narrowed his eyes as he walked out of the minister's office and greeted the shocked and confused officers with a smile. However, he felt a chill in his heart. The front line was still fighting, and the war with the empire was still ongoing. How could the Federal Army be in chaos? It seemed that the things Su Lu found were all true, and the president, who was good at grasping people's hearts, had already determined that he could only accept everything calmly in order to maintain the unity of the army. Chapter 762. The Federation's political reporters often mocked themselves for having a pig's sense of smell and a dog's sense of propriety. They knew very well what kind of reports could pass the review of the editorial department and the higher-ups in the political atmosphere at different times, and what kind of reports, no matter how exciting and eye-catching they were, could only end up as garbage data fragments in the workbench circuit. Based on these two characteristics, they had no reason not to notice the unusual situation in the capital last night. The field forces stationed in the suburbs had actually moved into Charter Square. It was said that it was a drill, but who would believe it? Then, through their own information channels, they obtained more sensational information. For example, the Federation government and Parliament Hill's security level had increased again, and it was said that the Federation Investigation Bureau was launching a secret manhunt targeting the hero of the Federation who had just returned from the West Woods and had not been successfully intercepted by the reporters. All the reporters were flustered, excited, perplexed, and impulsive. They did not know if these things could be pursued or not, and what kind of shocking news would be released if they pursued them. However, after a short period of mental struggle, they still put on their windbreakers and rushed out of the doors of the major newspapers and television stations, rushing towards their own destinations. The reporters in a news event were like soldiers on the battlefield. If they smelled something but did not continue to investigate, it was equivalent to soldiers who raised their hands and surrendered without firing. No matter what the final result of this battle was, no reporter could forgive themselves for not raising their guns at that time. Then, the reporters found that they had run into countless cold iron plates. No matter what kind of good relationship they had, the various departments of the federal government had closed their doors to them today, and no one was willing to accept their interview. The Ministry of National Defense building was heavily guarded, and armed military police were guarding the door, forbidding anyone without a pass to enter. Even the Venus reporters with military backgrounds were not allowed to enter. The reporters anxiously shouted the name of the spokesperson of the Ministry of National Defense outside the cordon, and loudly asked if the news of Minister Zhou's temporary resignation was true. Only dead silence answered them, and the officers in the building looked at them with complicated expressions. No one from the management office of Charter Square accepted the interview. The members of Parliament who were in a hurry on Parliament Hill were collectively silent. The president's official residence even announced at the last minute that the routine briefing that was supposed to be held at 10 o'clock in the morning would be suspended for a day. The reporters, who had already pinned all their hopes on the press briefing at the official residence, made extremely dissatisfied noises. It seemed like a chaotic market, but in fact, they were cooperating very tacitly and continuously putting pressure on the press spokesperson. After the chaos lasted for a few minutes, the spokesperson of the president's official residence whispered to Director Breen in the side corridor. He then walked back to the stage and looked at the reporters who were looking forward to it. He gave a very stingy explanation. The explanation was very simple, but it was quite unexpected. It also gave the reporters of the Federation a lot of rich and exciting imaginations. Mr. President had a bad cold and needed to rest, so the press briefing was temporarily suspended. The reporters on the scene were collectively silent. They lowered their heads and quickly recorded the statement of the spokesperson on the light screen on the workbench. At the same time, they frowned and sketched out all kinds of possibilities with digital pens. The reporters knew that they couldn't get any more information from the president's official residence. They got up and rushed to the next government department that might be captured. This kind of action continued until the evening. The reporters took turns to fight between the various buildings in the capital's special district and finally succeeded in blocking the deputy minister in front of the Ministry of Justice building. According to the latest information they had, the president's official residence had authorized the deputy minister to give a brief explanation to the major media about everything that happened last night until this morning. Yesterday at 21:40, in response to the terrorist incident on Parliament Hill a few days ago, the federal military successfully conducted an anti-terrorism exercise codenamed Late Spring in the area around Charter Square. Through this exercise, the various departments of the Federation government strengthened the information exchange and matching between each other. In order to face similar terrorist attacks again, they practiced relevant plans and gained a lot of valuable experience. Why did the news of a military exercise need to be announced by the Ministry of Justice? The reporters were keenly aware of this. They realized that the government would probably relent today, so they continued to ask without hesitation, "Mr. Minister, we just want to know, is the Federation government looking for Colonel Sulu? In addition, has Minister Zhou Yingxing been asked to resign from the Ministry of Defense?" Let me first correct one point. Minister Zhou didn't resign. He only went to the Federation Strategic Equipment Base for inspection at the special request of Mr. President. Because of the upcoming war in the Empire's mainland, the Federation's strategic equipment is facing a difficult test. The government needs an excellent general like Minister Zhou to fully lead this work. The reporters naturally didn't believe this statement, but since the government gave the answer, then what they needed to do was to interpret this answer. They quickly took notes with their digital pens and silently waited for the question that they and the people of the Federation cared about the most. As for Colonel Su Lu, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice frowned and chose his words carefully. He slowly said, "Yes, from a legal point of view, we can say that he is currently wanted by the Federation." The deputy minister looked at the reporters and continued to explain, "Colonel Su Lu left the Westwoods region camp without permission. The military asked him to explain the situation, but he never reported it. In addition, according to the Bureau of Proclamations investigation, Colonel Su Lu had a very close relationship with the suspect who died in the terrorist attack on Parliament Hill. However, regarding this point, he never reported it to his superiors. This is the entire reason for looking for Colonel Su Lu?" a reporter asked sharply. "No," the deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice calmly replied. "I believe that you all participated in that report. The Federation government once suspended the investigation into the relationship between Colonel Su Lu and the traitor mechanic Yufeng. However, after the Bureau of Proclamation grasped the latest information, the Federal Central Computer automatically reactivated the previous wanted program. This also means that unless Colonel Su Lu voluntarily surrenders himself, the wanted list will continue." After confirming that the Federation was looking for Su Lu, this hero idol of the Federation, who had just returned from the Empire not long ago, the reporters in front of the Ministry of Justice simultaneously fell into a state of shocked silence. The twilight of the evening slanted in from the end of the street, looking somewhat like a bloody, ghastly intent. As for what happened at the president's official residence, I don't know. You don't have to ask me. The deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice smiled and said, "However, I believe that if Colonel Su Lu is brought to justice and the judicial process reaches the point where the evidence is made public, then the entire Federation will know the truth of the incident." Above and below the silent stone steps, the knowledgeable and experienced reporters found it difficult to suppress the emotions in their hearts as they let out a series of noisy exclamations of shock and astonishment. What they heard could not be written in the report, but they could keenly discern the hidden meaning behind these words. Could it be that the military operation last night, the president who was not in good health today, and the currently wanted Colonel Su Lu had some kind of terrifying connection? Reporter Wood had been quietly standing at the periphery of the crowd. He was wearing a woolen vest today, and the cigarette in his hand seemed to be constantly burning. He suddenly stretched out his hand. With Wood's status in the industry, and with the capital's special district daily news, when he stretched out his hand, the reporters who were immersed in shocked discussions immediately fell silent. Wood furrowed his brows and took a deep drag on his cigarette before asking, "Mr. Deputy Minister, may I ask if the wanted list this time has anything to do with Colonel Su Lu's press conference yesterday afternoon?" The Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Justice silently looked at him with cold eyes and extremely simple and direct answered, "It has nothing to do with it." The hero of the Federation, Colonel Su Lu, became a criminal wanted by the Federation. This news would probably cause countless shocking discussions in the Federation society, or even something more serious. The reporters ran around to record excitedly or thoughtfully, but there was no way to get close to the department they wanted to interview the most, because that was the Federal Army. In the brand new base office of the new 17th Armored Division in the suburbs of the capital, there was an extremely oppressive and tense atmosphere. The commander of the 1st Regiment, he lay, narrowed his eyes, and stared at the director of the 1st Military Region's Special Warfare Department in front of him without any intention of backing down. Although the other party's military rank was far higher than his, although the other party had military police with special powers, although the other party had an arrest warrant signed by the highest level of the military, he still did not want to back down. I don't care what you people want to do, but this is my army, and those people are my soldiers. If you want to arrest them, then you have to get my permission. Colonel, Lei's eyes narrowed into two dangerous slits. Standing behind him, Hua Xiao, Lin Ai, and the others also narrowed their eyes at the same time. It was very strange. Probably every person who had spent too much time with Su Lu would be affected by this small action of his. Every time they encountered the greatest anger or the most terrifying danger, the men's eyes would narrow, and with a blink of their eyelids, they would angrily crush everything in front of them into pieces. The director of the Special Warfare Department brought the arrest warrant of the highest level of the military over with military police. He never would have thought that before he even saw the members of Group 7, he would be stopped in the office by the officers of the 17th Division. Colonel Lai, do you understand what you are doing right now? The director of the Special Warfare Department stared into the eyes of the officers and said in a cold voice, "These officers under your command participated in a shocking rebellion last night. If you insist on disobeying military orders and protecting them, then perhaps the next time I come back, the target of arrest by the military police will be you." Chapter 763. You said it was Team 7 at the start, but you should know that ever since the 17th Division was rebuilt, there is no such thing as Team 7 in the Federal Forces or even the nutshell mercenaries. Even if there is, the entire Federation knows what kind of heroic and fearless fighting group Team 7 is. You actually accuse them of treason? Have you lost your mind? The 17th Division was an invincible iron division created by the military god Li Pifu as the commander of the field forces. Lai didn't care about the director of the Special Operations Room, who was said to be General Li Jiedu's trusted aide. He coldly stared back at the other. "You know you can't handle it alone." The director of the Special Operations Room suddenly laughed. He looked at Lai's face and said with a bit of sarcasm, "You just said that Xiong Linquan and the other officers have been training in the camp for 2 consecutive nights and didn't go out. But don't forget, this is the 4th mission. We can apply to the Bureau of Proclamation to check the location of the chip at any time. When the time comes, you will bear the responsibility you should bear." Lai was silent. He knew very well that if the rumors were true that the Federation government and the upper echelons of the military were looking for the instructor, then with just him as the commander, there was no way he could resist this vicious tide. Thinking back to the conversation between the instructor and General Li Jiedu a few days ago, and then inexplicably going to the south to recuperate, his mood became abnormally irritated and depressed. But now that the instructor was in trouble, how could he hand over Xiong Linquan and the others? These people were not only the instructor's subordinates, they were also the most outstanding officers of the 17th Division. As for the instructor being wanted, F***CK his grandma, even if it was the female star with the biggest breasts in porn, she wouldn't believe it. Inside and outside the military camp, the tombs were as red as blood. The atmosphere was stifling. The director of the Special Operations Room had a gloomy expression. He turned around and prepared to leave with the military police. The next time he came back, the entire 17th Division officers would probably face an extremely difficult situation. At this moment, a hunched figure of an old man slowly walked out from the twilight. His hair was white, and his military uniform was casually draped over his thin body. He looked very old, but the footsteps of such an old soldier seemed to warm up the eerie twilight. The pupils of the director of the Special Warfare Room shrunk. He subconsciously raised his hand and saluted, looking at the other person in shock. He frowned and asked, "Commander, aren't you recuperating in the south?" The old figure walked out of the blood-red twilight. Finally, one could see the sparkling golden stars on his shoulders. Back when the old man was in the 17th Division's logistics department, he was assigned to be in charge of the division's special kitchen because the food was to the division's liking. At best, he could be considered to have amazing culinary skills, but now he had become one of the Federation's two trump cards, the new 17th Division's division commander. With such a legendary and unimaginable military career, other than the amazing luck brought by the old division commander, who ate his meals, Li Pifu, who dared to underestimate the intelligence and ability under this lazy appearance. Commander Yu Chenghai smiled and casually returned a military salute. He walked into the office and answered casually, "Oh, the little nurse over there is too young and pretty. I really couldn't stand it, so I came back early." Nowadays, the most popular style of an iron-blooded soldier like Commander Du Shaoqing in the Federal Forces was Commander Yu. Commander Yu was probably the only general who spoke and acted like an old tramp. Speaking of which, people had probably long forgotten that the generation of military god, Li Pifu's generation of old soldiers, actually had this kind of indifferent attitude in their bones. Hearing this answer, the director of the Special Warfare Department was speechless. He knew very well how much effort General Li Jiedu had put in to transfer this extremely senior division commander away from the new 17th Division. Who would have thought that at such a crucial moment, this person would actually quietly return to his own unit? Commander Yu Chenghai smiled and greeted the officers under his command. He was as friendly as seeing a group of neighborhood children on the way back from the market. Li Lanai and the other regiment commanders didn't dare to be careless. They stood at attention and saluted. For some reason, they felt relieved. Although the old division commander looked muddle-headed, old, weak, and tired, the soldiers of the 17th Division all had a common feeling. As long as the old division commander was here, then there was no real difficulty in the world. "I've heard everything you've said," Li Mu said. Commander Yu Chenghai sat back in his chair with some difficulty and sighed with satisfaction. He stretched out two thin and old fingers and waved them in the air. He looked at the director of the Special Warfare Department and the military police in front of him and said with a smile, "I have a few words that I want you to listen to carefully." Li Lanai had already taken out a cigarette and put it in between the old division commander's thin fingers with a flattering expression. Then he carefully lit it with his hand, even though there was only the warm twilight in the room right now, and there wasn't a trace of cold wind. The director of the Special Warfare Department's face was pale as he looked at Commander Yu Chenghai without saying a word. A lot of people know that this division and these soldiers are the division and soldiers of the old marshal. I'm in charge of this 17th Division, but I'm just in charge. One day, according to the old marshal's wishes, I will hand it over to that guy. Commander Yu Chenghai spread out his hands and mocked. What happened in the end? That guy went to flirt with a big star and then went to the Empire to play around. He was busy accepting interviews every day, and slowly it seems that everyone forgot about this matter. What about the government and the military? It seems that they don't want me to hand this division over to him. Motherf ****. Commander Yu Chenghai laughed and said, "That guy doesn't seem to have the self-awareness to take over. Some people also don't want him to take over, so they can only let this old man take over. But in the end, being in charge is just being in charge. So a few days ago, someone asked me to go to the military hospital to recuperate. So I went. But to be honest, the food in the military hospital's recuperation center is really bad." Suddenly, Commander Yu Chenghai's expression became serious and said, "But since it has come to this situation today, it seems that I can only continue to be in charge of this division. Since that's the case, the people you want to arrest, are my soldiers. You think this is appropriate? The director of the Special Warfare Department swallowed with difficulty and explained in a low voice, "This is an order from the highest level. Colonel Su Lu is suspected of—" Commander Yu Chenghai suddenly jumped up from the chair. Such an old general was actually more agile than a rabbit. It was really amazing. "I don't care about Su Lu. When he came back from the Empire, you transferred him away. It's fine that you don't want to leave this guy to me, but those guys are my soldiers. Do you F***ing know what it means to be my soldiers?" He used the finger that was holding the cigarette to stab the director's face across the air and roared furiously, "Rebel your asterisk s. They went to the city yesterday for a stroll. Is that a rebellion? Who the F***ck made this rule?" Even if he was just a chef in the past, now he was the general of the chefs. And there was a saying in the Federation that an angry chef was definitely the most terrifying person in the world. Then what about an angry chef general? The twilight sprinkled on the floor of the room. The director of the Special Warfare Department faced the storm of curses and anger. He felt as if he was standing in a pool of blood on the battlefield. His face suddenly turned pale, and he struggled to refute, but He Lei just said that those officers have been staying in the barracks these days. You believe what he said? Are you a pig? Did you hit the synthetic meat? Commander Yu Chenghai's eyes widened, and he waved the cigarette between his fingers like he was waving a kitchen knife. He lied. Do you want to arrest him and shoot him? If you want to arrest my people on the charges of treason, show us the evidence. If you can't show us the evidence, then F***ck off. The director of the Special Warfare Department, whose face quickly changed between green and red, was stung by the smoke in front of him. He subconsciously clenched his fists tightly, thinking to himself, "I'm also a major general. If it wasn't for the fact that this old man has a lot of experience and a lot of achievements, I wouldn't have allowed you to insult me like this." Right at this time, Commander Yu Chenghai strangely calmed down and patted the director's shoulder with a smile. The change in mood was so fast that it was truly shocking. It was as if the old general, who jumped around like an angry old rabbit in the twilight, didn't exist at all. "Please tell General Li Jiedu that we are the federal forces." Commander Yu Chenghai was silent for a moment, and then said with an extremely serious tone, "We abide by the Federation's laws and regulations. Don't worry about the 17th Division mutiny." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Whether they would or would not, whether they would need to worry, no one dared to think about the two words mutiny. Even more so, no one thought that Teacher Yu would actually be so shrewd and ruthless despite his age. Everyone was silent in their hearts. The director of the Special Warfare Department had an extremely ugly expression. He had probably never encountered such a crazy situation in his entire life in the military. "This isn't a threat." Commander Yu Chenghai gazed at the twilight outside the door and said with a sigh, "The marshal's troops are trustworthy. Remember to tell him that this troop is his father's life's work. It's worth cherishing." Facing the strong resistance of the new 17th Armored Division, from the commander to the ordinary soldiers, the major general who had personally come to arrest them, and the military police directly under the command of the military headquarters were like a pack of wolves frightened by an old rabbit. They silently left the base. Commander! Xiong Linquan and the others who had been nervously hiding behind the room walked out from behind the door. They saluted the old general in the twilight with gratitude and admiration. Then they reported with shame that Gu Shifeng and a dozen other members had been arrested by the other troops last night. Right now, they didn't know where they were locked up. "Why are you telling me this? Why are you telling me this?" Commander Yu Chenghai's eyes suddenly widened, and the traces of blood were particularly clear. He said angrily, "So what if I know? Do you really expect me to charge into the capital with the entire division, take over the Ministry of Justice, and establish a new government? Everyone was silent. You're the one who said such crazy things. We didn't even dare to think about it. Commander Yu Chenghai paused for a moment and then said, I understand Li Jiedu. He respects the ordinary soldiers and won't destroy the foundation of the Federation. After all, he is a member of the old Li family. The key is Sulu and you guys. Where did you guys go? What is going on? Xiong Lingquan hurried forward and honestly told him the things they knew. After listening to their explanation, Commander Yu Chenghai was silent for a long time. Then he sighed and said, the troops now feel more and more different from the troops of the past. They are more formal and powerful, but I always feel that something is missing. The smell of green onions or the smell of humans. Each generation is worse than the last. This veteran who had participated in countless battles with the military god, Li Pifu, looked at the bloody twilight and commented angrily, they are all a bunch of F** king bastards, including Sulu. I'm in a good mood today. I'll explain why later. As for the title of the chapter, I originally wanted to use Twilight is Like Blood, but I felt that this name was too strong, so I inserted it. Chapter 764. Ambush. We've been ambushed. Gamma retreat. Retreat. Captain, we can't hold the position anymore. 30 wolf fangs. I have 30 wolf fangs here. I repeat, requesting air support. Our electromagnetic beam cluster has failed. It has failed. Air support hasn't arrived, yet the anxious and hoarse voice came to an abrupt end with the cold sound of metal rubbing against each other. On the charred slope, a black and blue wolf fang mech of the Imperium was half-squatting indifferently outside of the Federation's quick-solidifying cement works. It slowly pulled out an alloy blade from the square firing hole. The micro-engines attached to the mechanical joints of the mech hummed like the low roars of a herd of beasts vibrating the dry air. The violent explosion was like a large cold flower blooming in the field. On the hillside, the Empire's wolf fang mechs leaped at high speed. Relying on their advantage in numbers, they successfully entangled the few black MX mechs in the Federation's army. Not too long after, those few black MX mechs toppled over like giants and exploded, smashing heavily into the ground. The ground trembled slightly from the impact, and the Federation soldiers around them revealed looks of despair. The cockpit of the Federation's black MXs was still spitting out terrifying sparks. Dozens of Empire's wolf fangs had already jumped up at high speed in strange postures and attacked the Federal forces. The left mechanical arm of the mecha spat out a soul-devouring rain of bullets, and the alloy blade at the front of the right mechanical arm kept stabbing into the weakest side armor of the Federation's armored vehicles. Although not every stab was successful, there were still tragic scenes of vehicles collapsing and people dying from time to time. The black smoke mixed with the dry and hot air enveloped the entire battlefield. The twilight of the distant star couldn't even penetrate the smoke. The blood-red light was wrapped in the black smoke, looking like black blood that was about to solidify in the soil. In this dark, blood-like twilight, the Federation troops, who were at an absolute disadvantage, bravely and desperately launched the craziest counterattack. However, in the end, they could only become corpses or even sad fragments. This was the Empire's Ink Flower planet, an ordinary administrative planet located between the L9 and X3 systems. In the past few days, the Federation and the Empire's military had simultaneously increased their investment in this administrative planet. The Federation had to seize this strategic location in the L9 system for the late spring offensive, while the Empire had used that magnificent retreat to successfully buy time. The massive Empire had finally made preparations for an all-out war, and they wanted to use the complete victory on planet Mo to announce to the entire universe that they would not take a single step back. The scenes of the desperate battle that took place above were played out from time to time in various areas of the planet. However, the offensive and defensive battles in the fields and on the hillsides gave off a strange flavor. Both the Federation command and the Empire found it incomprehensible because of the great disparity in strength here. The real-time signals on the battlefield were quickly transmitted to the Federal Forces' forward base on planet Yellow Disaster. The conference room was deathly silent, the officers' expressions complicated as they looked at the commander under the giant screen in front of them, silently enduring his anger. General E. Chang-Tian, the commander-in-chief of the Federation's front lines, stared at the slightly delayed satellite image like an injured eagle. After confirming that he could no longer receive any signal from that camp, he took a deep breath and angrily slammed his right fist on the control panel. The violent force caused the white hair on his head to tremble incessantly. What is wrong with the intelligence report? The results of the calculations are not like this. Why is it that what the General Staff believes to be a small harassment force has several dozen damned wolf fangs hidden inside? Commander E quickly calmed down, the veins on his neck popping and disappearing. He stared coldly at the officers in the General Staff Department and the Bureau of Proclamation's technical team beside him, his brows furrowed, as he said, "There might be problems with the charter computer, but you staff officers cannot have problems with your brains." An officer from the Bureau of Proclamation stood up and explained in a low voice, "Right now, we still don't know if there is a problem with the information collection or a problem with the calculation program. We are conducting a post-mortem investigation." Commander E didn't even look at this person. Ever since he participated in the war with the Marshal many years ago, he didn't have the slightest good impression of those Bureau of Proclamation officials who followed the army like ghosts. He stared coldly at the staff officers under him and said, "How many times do I have to repeat this? War is a war of people. We need the calculation results of the charter computer, but we cannot rely on it." In this attack and defense battle on planet Mo, the Federal forces suffered extremely heavy losses. The entire regiment was pincered by the Empire's army from 3 sides, suffering heavy casualties. The camp that took on the most difficult mission might not even be able to keep its designation. In this huge war of the Federation's invasion of the Empire, today's losses were not the most terrifying. It was far from the counterattack that was directly commanded by the Empire's princess last year. In that battle, the commander who succeeded in using his own stupidity to bury thousands of Federation soldiers had already been punished by the military court. A battle of this scale didn't even need the Federation's commander-in-chief to personally command. In fact, the commander of this battle was indeed not him, so the officers in the base didn't really understand why the general was so angry. Commander E walked out of the command room with a gloomy face. The orderlies quickly followed him with the large alloy cup on the table. Like the battlefield in the distance, the base of Huang E was also in the evening. General E Chang-Tian frowned as he stood in the blood-red twilight. He couldn't calm his emotions for a long time. That regiment was from the West Woods, from the 4th Military Region. They had just arrived at the front line, but they suffered such a heavy blow. Tiger was dead. It was said that there was a problem with the Ancient Bell incident. Just a moment ago, it was said that something big happened in the capital. The West Woods troops were ordered by the government to come to the front line of the Empire. This had already aroused the suspicion and anger of many people in the West Woods. At this time, any troop could be in trouble, but only the troops in the West Woods couldn't be in trouble, especially this kind of trouble that could easily cause people to find excuses and reasons to be angry. Standing on the balcony of the Constitutional Bureau and looking at the lawn that had been designated as an absolutely restricted area tens of thousands of years ago, Li Zidao, who was holding a teacup, smiled and said, I heard that old Director Tai's main hobby was to play golf. With such a large lawn as his practice field, no wonder no one in the entire Capital Special District was his opponent. The work of the Bureau of Proclamation is very mysterious in the eyes of ordinary people. In fact, it is very boring. If you don't find some hobbies, it is very difficult to continue doing it for a long time. What is even more disgusting is that, according to the regulations of the Bureau of Proclamation, as long as you swear to work in the Bureau of Proclamation, you are not allowed to do any other work. Chui Jiadong, who was standing beside him, answered in a low voice. He looked a little tired. In the past few days, because of that problem, as long as the acting director of the Bureau of Proclamation stayed in the Bureau of Proclamation building, he would feel that there was a ghost hiding in the depths of the ground, coldly looking at him. After pausing for a moment, he forced a smile and said, "The road you came from is cut off in front of the building. According to the old director, it means that once you enter this building, you don't have to go out again." Li Jiedu frowned slightly and said in a light voice, "It sounds like you have the intention of retreating." "There is no way to retreat because I am old and have no one to rely on," Chui Jiadong answered calmly. "Ask me a question that I have always been concerned about." Li Jiedu didn't want to probe too deeply into the mental world of this important partner of his, so he asked, changing key data and causing the death of a citizen of the Federation, in my logic, should have already violated the second of the 3 core laws of the Charter. The first of the 3 laws was, do not hurt people and do not stand by, and do nothing when people are hurt. The second law was, obey all orders of people, but do not violate the first law. The Charter computer is dead. Chui Jiadong suddenly frowned, as if he didn't really believe what he said. After a moment of silence, he continued, "But people are alive, and it can't judge the purpose of humans. In fact, for tens of thousands of years, countless people who have worked in this building have already found many ways to cheat the central computer's logic program. We usually call those program loopholes the back door." "Is that how the saying of going through the back door came about?" Li Jiedu smiled and shook his head. He sighed and said, "Your Bureau of Proclamation is indeed the most terrifying department in the Federation. What I don't understand now is if we are going through the back door, then which door did Su Lu use?" Chui Jiadong looked at the lawn below the balcony. The lawn that was as smooth as the central computer's program seemed to be burning under the setting sun. "We have simulated and calculated many times, but we still don't know how he used his first sequence authority to make the central computer cooperate with his actions. For example, those mechas from last night, unless he can actively contact the central computer, but this is absolutely forbidden by the core program. Then what about physical operations? In the official residence this morning, you also mentioned that the central computer is strictly forbidden from physical operations." Li Jiedu's expression became somewhat complicated. He turned around to look at the box-like building behind him, and suddenly said, "I'm thinking if at this time Su Lu directly orders the central computer to blow up this building, what other choice do we have other than to die? I'm not worried about this happening. Going back to last night, those mechas didn't make a single fatal attack on the Iron 7 division. The 3 laws still exist, and fortunately they still exist. Otherwise, I really would have gone crazy. Of course, before I went crazy, this world would have been destroyed." Chui Jiadong laughed self-deprecatingly, then looked at Li Jiedu seriously and asked, regarding the issue of his authority, "Can you solve it?" Li Jiedu was silent for a moment before saying, "Too much time has passed since that explosion. That little girl's biological marker from back then has already lost its effect, so I'm looking for another way." Chui Jiadong didn't ask any more questions on this issue. He said, "Actually, I really admire your foresight. At the time, everyone thought that Su Lu was dead, but you were the only one who thought that he might still be alive and that he might be able to cause damage to Mr. President's career." He looked thoughtfully at the burning lawn below the balcony and said softly, "Last time, in order to eliminate those Iron 7 Division members, the Bureau of Proclamation performed a reverse operation and changed the frontline data. Now that I think about it, it really is very similar to the scene on Mo Hua Planet today." Chapter 765. In the end, Dongfang Yu became the scapegoat. "I'm a bit worried. If teacher Xiaoqing finds out the truth in the future, will he..." Chui Jiadong didn't ask any more questions, and Li Jiedu didn't answer either. Instead, he talked about the method he used to deal with the members of Group 7. No matter how great and complicated a cause is, it's all made up of specific details. That's why I won't overlook any details, and I won't underestimate any potential enemies. For example, that officer named Bai Yulan, or those members who seemed like they couldn't cause any trouble. Many people seem to have forgotten the hidden backgrounds behind those members. Even if Su Lu really did die, if those members were united by someone with the intention of forming a force, that force would still be very impressive. He suddenly had a trace of self-deprecation. In all these years, I've only made one mistake in this regard. In the end, because of this mistake, Byron and those old fellows left us before we could see victory. "You're talking about Shi Qinghai?" Chui Jiadong asked. "Yes, Shi Qinghai." Li Jiedu's gaze was complicated. "I thought I had already paid enough attention to him, and I made a very powerful arrangement to end his life. But in the end, I realized that this person deserved more attention. Killing him should have been done even more." In the twilight, Chui Jiadong suddenly said, "I heard that Teacher Yu is back. Old people always have a temper. They don't want to stay in the sanatorium for long. We can only respect his wishes." Li Jiedu lowered his gaze slightly and said indifferently, "But now that the front lines are in a state of emergency and the offensive at the end of spring may be delayed, I think that the front lines need iron soldiers like the new 17th Division. The problem is that the front lines suffered a setback this time, and only one regiment failed." Chui Jiadong quickly understood what he meant. He was shocked and frowned as he voiced his doubts. Li Jiedu walked into the room with his teacup and said indifferently, "Most of the time, propaganda is used to exaggerate the front line's victory, but sometimes it can also be used to exaggerate losses. For this failure, the government will definitely need someone to stand up and take responsibility. There will also need to be some changes. Army mutiny? This new generation leader of the military had never worried about this problem. Yu Qinghai's sudden return to the 17th Division from the sanatorium had indeed brought him some trouble, but he could not use forceful methods to suppress the other's anger. Thus, he quickly came up with a new plan to bring the 17th Division back to the front lines in the shortest time possible. He could have used simpler and tougher methods to deal with the problem of the 17th Division, but they were in the midst of a war. Even the craziest and most ambitious person knew that the army could not be in chaos, and there could not be any risk factors of division. As for the Westwoods troops that were loyal to the Zhong family, they had to be slowly weakened and disintegrated in such a secretive way, and finally be melted into the furnace of the federal forces. More importantly, Li Jiedu's connections and control in the military. Other than the young officers, the most important ones were the military leaders who had gradually left. These real leaders were his father's most loyal subordinates. No matter how much they admired Su Lu, they would not stand against him just because of Su Lu, just like how Commander Yu Qinghai had very naturally lamented. Li Jiedu is still a member of the old Li family after all. In other words, in the eyes of these leaders, he was still one of them, a child they had watched grow up. No matter what he did, he should just be naughty and mischievous. But if he really used forceful methods to deal with Yu Qinghai, it would truly disappoint these leaders. The leaders who had already left were still the real leaders of the military, such as General Miles. Furthermore, a leader like Yi Changtian, was now the Federation's frontline commander. Li Jiedu was definitely not willing to take the risk of disappointing these people just because of Yu Chenghai alone. Moving the difficult to deal with Commander Yu Chenghai and his 17th Division to the front lines would not raise any objections from these leaders. These old fellows who were used to being iron-blooded naturally believed that the old division commander's troops should naturally grow on the battlefield, but Du Shaoqing and his Iron 7th Division would probably be more willing to fight against the Empire on the front lines and not chase after that guy around the Federation's own city. Last night from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., where were you? In a dark room, a Federation Investigation Bureau official lowered his body and stared like a wolf at the chubby man in front of him who looked extremely honest. He was almost roaring as he interrogated. I forgot. How come I remember that you were arrested in the Ministry of Finance building's toilet? You still ask if you know? Gu Shifeng's eyes widened as she looked at the crazy guy in front of her. She thought to herself, is this a cop movie? How can there be such a retarded dialogue? Why did you appear in the Ministry of Finance building so late at night? The Federation Investigation Bureau official angrily unbuckled his belt. His movements were very handsome and fierce, just like a character in a movie. Gu Shifeng's eyes were still wide open as she said, because the scenery was good from that angle? The official was stunned for a long time before he slammed the table and loudly questioned, then how do you explain the equipment we found in the toilet? F***CK. I'm a soldier. Of course, I have to bring equipment to eat. Gu Shifeng was clearly even angrier than the official who interrogated her. She slammed the table with even more force than the other party. Her voice was also louder and more confident. I've been to the front lines. I'm a war hero. What's with your attitude? You're not allowed to torture a war hero. May 17th, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Where were you? The obviously tired official rubbed his messy hair and stared at Gu Shifeng across the table. I don't know. Gu Shifeng slammed the table heavily and angrily shouted at the Federation Investigation Bureau official, don't do anything. I'm a soldier. I've been to the front lines. I'm a war hero. The members of Team 7, who were arrested around Charter Square, were now detained in an abandoned factory in the suburbs of the capital. They were under joint investigation by the FBI and the Military Police Department. Just like this, they repeated the boring process. God knows how many days had passed. Group 7 was a hero group that the Federation government had put a lot of effort into building, who in the Federation hadn't seen the documentary. This place wasn't far from the front lines of the Federation, so the members were treated well when they were locked up. They weren't handcuffed and were even housed in a dormitory. It really made these guys recall their days as new recruits. Seeing Gu Shifeng being pushed in by the military police, Da Vinci, who was scratching his feet, mocked, Boss Gu, don't tell me you only know how to say the same few words over and over again. F***CK. Don't you find it annoying to say the same few words every day? He moved his left leg with some difficulty and said with a smile, you should learn from me. I scolded the head of the military police today. They don't dare to use torture. So why shouldn't they scold me? The members in the room all agreed. Stop talking nonsense. Gu Shifeng sat down on the bed and subconsciously flicked his 10 round fingers on the bed. I'm not like you guys. I don't have a governor for a father, and I don't have a billionaire for a grandfather. If those guys really want to torture me, I can't do anything. The members heard this and didn't care about Gu Shifeng's status as a temporary commander. They all mocked him for hating his father for not being an official. Da Vinci's father was the governor of Xixia State. Like him, many of the members of the team had extremely terrifying backgrounds. The Federation Investigation Bureau and military police wanted to torture this group of young masters, that would probably cause a large group of Federation officials to protest angrily. Back then, President Pabre had sent these hedonistic soldiers who lived corrupt lives in the Harbor City Garrison District to Sue Lu for political reasons. But who would have thought that these hedonistic soldiers would actually be turned into the most outstanding Federation soldiers by Sue Lu? Now, the backgrounds and family backgrounds of these hedonistic soldiers had become a big problem for the president's official residence. Sue Lu, this Donglin Rock, had once successfully resisted the pressure of the Federation officials and turned these hedonistic soldiers into sweaty red meat on the training field. President Pabre, this Donglin Rock, had to manage the Federation, but he couldn't be as valiant and cold as him. Speaking of which, you guys have always been unconvinced by the old members. Gu Shifeng rolled his eyes amidst the laughter of his team members and said mockingly, "Now you see the difference, right? I told you not to touch this guy. And what happened? All the old guys ran away, and you guys were all caught. Look at Da Vinci's pathetic appearance. He actually got shot. That's true. The bullet doesn't know you're the eldest son of the governor's family." Da Vinci couldn't take it anymore. He glared and shouted, "Boscu, I'm going to flip out if you say that. Also, you have to call me by my full name, Da Vinci." After a pause, he said shamelessly, "Speaking of which, you're also an old member. How did you get caught like us?" Gu Shifeng's face turned red. In order to avoid this shameful question, he quickly became serious and said to his team members, "Apart from the fact that you guys have terrifying backgrounds, there's another reason why the government is so polite to us. If the boss isn't caught by them, they won't dare go too far. If there's a problem with the boss, I'm warning you guys, even if you have some good fathers, there will still be problems." It had to be said that his method of changing the topic was very successful. The team members in the dormitory collectively fell silent. They weren't worried about how they would be hurt, but they were worried about the boss's current safety. In an extremely inconspicuous coffee shop in the capital, Chief Editor Bob wiped the sweat from his forehead. He looked at the young man wearing a hat and said self-deprecatingly, "Literati are literati after all. They're useless. I've never been as nervous as I am today. Expressing bravery in the newspaper is indeed much easier than in reality. Don't worry, I'm sure no one followed you here." The young man used his index finger to push up the brim of his hat and revealed a comfortable smile. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside the coffee shop. He looked out the window in confusion, and a moment later, his small eyes revealed shock and complicated emotions. There was a sunset in the sky above the street at dusk. It was as red as blood, and there was a group of young students wearing black masks. They were from the Capital University. They walked silently under the gazes of the people on both sides of the street. In the front row, they held two long banners. "We use silence to denounce the persecution of the Federation's heroes. Colonel Sue Lu, you're not alone." 4 chapters completed. 2 chapters were added yesterday, so I'll hold back on that one. I'm going to seriously ask everyone to give me a few more free recommendation votes. I'm going to be pushed out of next week's rankings. I'll have to trouble everyone to use your fingers. My job is to use my fingers, so I know this job is really hard. 2 chapters tomorrow. If you're good enough and find the state you're in today, and write happily, then 3 chapters. But it'll be difficult. I said I was in a good state today, so the answer is, I smoked today. Yes, I'll continue to quit tomorrow. I swear, within a week after I finish these cigarettes in front of me, I'll smoke another cigarette. I can't expect to earn a single cent from writing in this lifetime. Chapter 766. Bob watched the young students wearing black masks walk past the window. He smiled at Sue Lu and said, "Although no one knows the truth of the incident, I think you should feel a little proud that so many people support you without asking for any reason. Su Lu lowered his head and slowly and seriously stirred the black coffee in the cup until the burnt smell that he didn't like was completely removed. He said softly, "I'm a little touched, but it's hard for me to feel proud." He raised his head, and his straight eyebrows under the shadow of his hat appeared particularly calm. "The reason lies in what you said about not asking for any reason. Now, the people in the Federation still believe that I'm a hero of the Federation, so they support me without any reason. But what if I'm really a criminal who uses the mask of a hero to hide his evil?" Chief Editor Bob frowned. He didn't understand why he felt this way. The scene just now reminded me of the Macklin Project. When we were trying very hard to send that senator to court, the streets of the entire Federation were filled with angry young students. Su Lu looked at the chief editor and said, "Which should have already told you that the guy who sent the evidence to the newspaper was the attacker who broke into Parliament Hill a few days ago. He's also my best friend. I also know that this guy named Shi Qinghai participated in the assassination of Macklin with you. Of course, after that, he was tacitly approved by the Federation government, and the so-called assassination became a purge operation." Bob was still frowning and asked, "But why would you think of this?" "The people on the streets may have misjudged and supported the wrong side, but I've always insisted that they don't need to be responsible for these things. Because the Federation government, the Parliament, and those big shots in the upper class have never given the people a chance to know the really important information, such as the evidence in the Macklin Project. In the end, it only became a bargaining chip between the government and those families to exchange benefits." "You're saying that this is the information of George Carlin." Bob said, "Information asymmetry will inevitably lead to social injustice." Su Lu was still slowly stirring the black coffee in his cup, but he had no intention of drinking it. He said, "I haven't read many articles in this area, but I know that there seems to be a saying in the intellectual world that people who easily fall into a collective unconscious frenzy are exposed to too much information that is too complicated to distinguish. It's not a good thing. Although I've always been considered a liberal gatekeeper, I agree with some sayings. There is no absolute freedom in the universe, and there is no absolute disclosure of information." Bob picked up the porcelain cup in front of him, looked at Su Lu, and said seriously, "For example, what if the people of the Empire knows about confidential information that involves the security of the Federation? The problem is that the power to determine whether or not this information endangers the security of the Federation has always been in the hands of a very small number of people. As long as they want to, they can even treat the details of the Federation's tax budget as important economic secrets." Su Lu shrugged slightly and said, "Also, before the 37th constitutional calendar, the Federation had no enemies in the universe at all, so naturally there was no information that could endanger the security of the Federation. But at that time, was there any real information that could be publicly disclosed?" Bob tilted his head and thought for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. He took a sip of the slightly hot coffee, wiped the trace of sweat on his cheek, and said with a serious expression, "I took such a big risk today to meet with a wanted criminal of the Federation. Naturally, I don't want to relive the heated discussion on campus." After a short pause, the chief editor looked at the rippling coffee in the cup and said thoughtfully, "Before the death of the military god, it was the last interview that I did. The main purpose of that interview was not to create a monument or a statue for the old man, but to use that shocking fact to clear your name of being involved with treason. Obviously, the military god did try to make you his successor, and Mr. President's admiration for you is known to the world. However, according to the information that we have, this time it was Mr. President and General Lee Jae-do who were directly targeting you. The military god trusted our newspaper and gave us the honor of the last interview. Plus, the Macklin case that we never met and worked together before. I think this should be enough to explain my professional reputation. Colonel Sulu, regarding the case of the ancient clock ship and the story that happened in the official residence that night, you can tell me directly without hesitation. Sulu did not hesitate. He took off the military watch on his wrist, entered the password, and started the relevant program. In a flash, the evidence that he and Mr. Schur had investigated for many years appeared on the screen in front of Chief Editor Bob. The evidence in the form of videos, pictures, and documents directly pointed to the several ugly incidents that had happened in the Federation over the years, and even the truth of the explosion of the ancient clock ship to a secret organization that used the Trinity Association as a cover. The members of this organization included the current president and vice president of the Federation government, as well as countless powerful generals in the military. In an ordinary coffee shop on the street, dusk shone on the ground, and the dark night gradually stretched its waist on the other side of the sky. The dim and psychedelic light shone through the floor-to-ceiling window on the seat in the corner, and the faint light reflected on the screen, reflected on Chief Editor Bob's face. The waiter and the customers at the next table did not notice the movement at the table. Naturally, they did not know what the faint light meant to the entire Federation. Chief Editor Bob was silent for a long time. Occasionally, he opened his mouth in shock and looked at Sulu. He wanted to say something or ask something, but in the end, he just lowered his head and looked at the screen again. Only the rapid change of expression on his face proved that the content had a strong mental impact on the best journalist in the Federation. During this process, Sulu also remained silent. He looked at the chief editor's expression and stirred the black coffee slowly and evenly with the metal spoon in his hand. Unbelievable! Chief editor held Sulu's mobile phone tightly with his right hand. He frowned and let out the most normal sigh. The other side of the table remained silent. After a while, he laughed self-deprecatingly and muttered to himself, "But I can't not believe it." After another long silence, Chief Editor Bob frowned. He seemed to be using a lot of effort to suppress some kind of impulse. He looked at Sulu and said in a low voice, "At this time, I suddenly regret coming to see you. I regret seeing these things." "Why?" Sulu asked. "I admire Mr. President very much. You can even say that I am one of his staunch supporters. In the confrontation between the government and those families, I stood by his side without hesitation and was willing to wave the flag and shout for him. In my opinion, the 5 years of President Pabre's first term were definitely the best 5 years in the history of the Federation. I know his ambitions and can feel his ideals." Chief Editor Bob's expression gradually calmed down. His eyes flashed with complex emotions. He said, "And this mobile phone you handed over destroyed the last trace of my imagination of a beautiful future. I even think that perhaps you will destroy all of the efforts of Mr. President and this government." Sulu could understand. To be more precise, he could more easily understand the chief editor's feelings of loss and frustration at this moment than anyone else. Before that night, he and the chief editor had placed all of their imaginations and hopes for a beautiful future for the Federation on the dark-skinned, middle-aged man in the official residence. When these imaginations and hopes suddenly turned into bubbles, the feeling of betrayal was very uncomfortable and even made people subconsciously refuse to accept it. Even if it was Chief Editor Bob, after seeing this evidence, there would probably be countless fierce struggles in his heart. He would rather not see it or destroy all of this evidence and pretend that this had never happened. Sulu was willing for the chief editor across the table to make this choice because in the Federation society with tens of billions of people, he was already very lonely. Even if the students wearing black masks on the demonstration said that he would not be lonely, he was still lonely. He did not want his last companion to leave him. Very suddenly, he stopped stirring the black coffee and raised his head to look across the table. In a low voice, he repeated a very famous speech in the Federation. This is a great era where vast fleets are on expeditions to the brilliant universe, where countless brave warriors step forward one after another, where the strong survival and the glorious sacrifice reflect each other, and thus appear to be incomparably magnificent. Behind this great era, there is a small life where the price of protein meat rises again, the uncle next door loses his job, the business of the underground casino deteriorates, the guard yawns more often, the aunt next door gets a raise, and the daughter is worried about her poor results in the spring exam, and the small life where her pocket money is reduced. Whether it is a great era or a small life, it is actually full of brave people and timid people. They will be happy because of victory, sad because of failure, and angry because of many things. The only difference between the two is the attitude when facing difficulties and power. A low and calm voice slowly sounded in the corner of the coffee shop. Chief Editor Bob, who was listening carefully, gradually relaxed his deeply furrowed brows. He seemed to be deep in thought. This is the speech that you specially wrote for the Nebula Award. At that time, when I received the award, I felt very honored and have always remembered it in my heart. Sulu narrowed his eyes and said, I will not doubt your firm belief in fighting against power, but what I want to say is if power is dressed in the perfect clothes of idealism, or even idealism itself, we will still resist to the end. These 5 years may be the best 5 years in the history of the Federation, the best era, but for the waitresses in the Linhai State Gymnasium, for the Westwood soldiers on the Antique Bell, and for the families of the innocent victims, these 5 years are definitely the worst days they have ever lived. Chief Editor Bob's face showed a calm smile again. He took a sip of the cold coffee, and after a moment of silence, he asked, Well, what do you want us to do? Wood and I will immediately start to do an in-depth report in this area, but the gentleman in the official residence has countless pairs of white gloves. We can't accuse him. No, you misunderstood me. I don't want the capital's special district daily newspaper to risk the government's anger to report. Schiller said that the gun is always more powerful than the pen. Chief Editor Bob slightly frowned and asked puzzledly, Then why did you want to see me today and give me this evidence? Sulu looked at the untouched black coffee in front of him. After a long silence, he said, I just hope that even if I die, something like the truth can be left behind. If I really die this time, then whether it is 5 or 10 years later, you and your newspaper will have the opportunity to tell this true story to everyone. Chapter 767. Late spring was about to end, and the heat of the summer had arrived. Sulu pulled down the brim of his hat, wrapped his coat around his arm, and hurriedly walked across the street, sticking close to the row of blooming trees. Using the last bit of twilight, he quickly left the area. After passing through a few quiet alleys and through the sea of people wearing black masks, he lowered his head and quickened his pace. Following the long and slanted tunnel, he entered the subway station. While no one was looking, he opened the door to the room behind the station, climbed over the windowsill, and jumped off the dark track. In the distance, there was a subway coming at a high speed. He squinted his eyes and moved forward against the light. His body accurately stepped on the only safe zone that was found by the old guy's precise calculation. He didn't care about the vibrating air at all. The light from the subway shone on his face, but there was no trace of expression. There was no sound of friction between the heavy carriage and the smooth special track. In the sometimes dark and sometimes bright underground tunnel, there was only the sound of the air being rapidly compressed. The high-speed carriage passed by him at high speed. His clothes fluttered in the wind, but it didn't move his silent body. Only his hat was blown away by the wind and rolled very far away. The subway drove away. He opened a maintenance door in the dark tunnel, lifted the heavy mechanical pressure valve, and jumped down. He returned to his own underground world, the underground network of the Capital Special District. In the depths of the slightly damp dark tunnel, there was a bed, a lamp, and a few books. He didn't know where he got these things. Rubbing his hair, that was messed up by the wind, Sulu lay down heavily on the bed. While he was recovering from his exhaustion, he always felt that someone was coldly watching him. It wasn't him or her, it was them. Somewhere in the capital, there was a very ordinary-looking building. On the top floor of the building, there was a door made of alloy. A small eye pattern was hastily painted on the door with non-toxic paint. The paint hadn't completely dried yet, so it was obvious that it was painted not long ago. The exaggerated small eye in the pattern was particularly strange. The pupil under the single eyelid was deliberately painted red, which made it look somewhat terrifying. Behind the closed door, there were more than 30 people sitting or standing. There were white-haired old men, outstanding graduates, majors from the Special Warfare Room of the military region, experts from the Research Institute of the Federation, and even a few highly intelligent criminals who had just been pardoned by the government. Because of the reward, the legal reduction of sentence, the order of the superiors, the sense of honor, and various other reasons, you have agreed to join this team. Then, I must remind you that before this team completes the ultimate mission, you are not allowed to leave, you are not allowed to contact your family, and you must maintain absolute confidentiality. A high-ranking official of the Federation government stood at the front. Looking at the crowd that did not seem to be anything special, he said coldly, "If you agree to this agreement, please sign the relevant waiver certificate and swear to the charter. Now, can you tell us what this damn ultimate mission is?" A criminal who had just been released from the Fox Castle Space prison muttered. Although he was willing to do anything for this damn government, including killing his own brother, in order to get rid of the miserable 5-year black prison sentence, and he was known as the third strongest person in the Philadelphia cultivation gym, he believed that he had the ability to complete all the missions. However, everything he saw in the past 2 days made him, who had a sensitive criminal sense, catch the scent of extreme danger. The high-ranking official of the Federation government said with a smile, "Your team is officially named Small Eyes. Your mission is to arrest or kill a very famous man with small eyes." In the following time, the members of the team nagged about their dissatisfaction with the name of the organization. Some people thought that the word small sounded too stupid, while some people directly thought that the name was naturally too stupid. Some people thought that it was mainly because they felt stupid when they introduced themselves, but in fact, they knew very well that these nagging were just to get rid of the pressure and fear in their hearts. Perhaps not everyone knew what kind of terrifying ability the man with small eyes had, but the entire Federation knew the name Sulu and knew what it meant. To arrest or kill him, this mission was like a terrifying mountain that pressed down on them, making them feel incomparably terrified and flustered, to the point where they almost could not breathe. However, some members of Small Eyes did not complain incessantly. They were extremely silent. Some people were directly crushed by the truth of the mission, while others valiantly maintained their confidence and determination. According to all the information we have seen in the past 2 days, we can confirm that because of Colonel Sue Lee's first sequence authority, it is fundamentally impossible to rely on the Bureau of Proclamation to locate his chip. Then, the most important problem for us now is to reestablish an effective monitoring and information collection system. The expert from the Federation Bureau of Investigation pointed at the rotating images on the screen and explained to his colleagues, "We have now activated the 36 military satellites orbiting S1. At the same time, we have also activated the 5 high-precision electron telescopes on the Old Moon Base and the New Moon Base. At the same time, the Federation Bureau of Investigation has granted us access to the second-level monitoring network. This means that we can see all the images that are happening through the 6 billion probes that are spread across every corner of this planet. What kind of comparison system are we using? Someone asked. Human data filtering system and facial recognition technology. The official of the Federation Bureau of Investigation explained. With so much redundant information, how do we pick out the images we need? According to the information, even the Federal Central Computer is on Colonel Sue Lee's side. The person continued to ask. The official interrupted him and emphasized, it's first sequence authority. It doesn't mean that the Federal Central Computer is on the other side. Well, no matter what, the Federal Central Computer doesn't seem to want us to catch him. Then, where are you going to build a large-scale computational synthesizer to filter this redundant information? The calculation is still done by the Federal Central Computer. You don't have to worry about this. The official of the Bureau of Proclamation, who had been sitting silently by the podium, raised his head and looked at the investigation team members. The Federal Central Computer's work is divided into many areas, and they don't affect each other. It will respond to all data calculation requests. Even so, I still don't think this is feasible. The person shook his head and said, this planet is so big. Besides, he might have already left and gone to Donglin or somewhere else. The professor of psychology from Leanhigh's Evergreen College raised his electronic pen and gestured to speak. After a comprehensive evaluation of the target's behavior pattern over the years, it can be confirmed that he is extremely confident and has extremely strong love and hate. He belongs to the typical hidden bigotry mentality. A person like this will never leave the place where the incident happened before he completes what he wants to do. He will definitely stay at the nearest place and observe the development of the situation closely. The professor put down the electronic pen and shook his head. Although I don't know what Colonel Sulu wants to do, I believe in my own judgment. Right now, he is definitely in the Capital Special District, and the range is no more than 200 kilometers. The military and the Federation Bureau of Investigation sent countless people to spread out in the streets and alleys of the capital. If he really stayed in the Capital Special District for a long time, he would definitely have left some traces of his life. It's impossible that after so long they still haven't caught him or even discovered these traces. Someone retorted, that's because he didn't stay on the surface for a long time. The criminal investigation expert from the police academy looked at the information on Su Li's file on the screen and frowned. Colonel Su Lu came from Donglin. His entire family died because of an excavation disaster. However, it is clear that he has no psychological trauma about the underground tunnels of Donglin. On the contrary, his childhood and youth were closely related to these tunnels. During his first escape in the 65th year of the constitutional era, he clearly used these tunnels to escape the Federation's pursuit. The criminal investigation expert used his fingers to quickly scroll through the screen and pointed at two pieces of information that were marked as top secret. According to Colonel Su Lee's own report after he returned from the Empire, the reason why he was able to escape the pursuit of the Empire's people on Tianjing was also because of the underground water system. It is clear that sneaking underground is his usual method of escape. He looked at his colleagues with a smile and said, habit is the most powerful force. The greater the pressure and fear, the more humans will choose the most familiar method to face it. Facing the pressure of the entire Federation's pursuit, I believe that Colonel Su Lu is currently hiding in the underground water system under our feet. In summary, his current location is the underground water system of the Capital Special District. Since we can't risk a social uproar and send hundreds of thousands of soldiers down there, then we can only watch all the exits of the underground water system and patiently observe where he will come out and where he will enter. We can slowly find a pattern until we have the confidence to guess where he will come out from next time. What if he stored a large amount of supplies in advance and just hid there and didn't come out? If he didn't come back to the surface, then he wouldn't have stayed in the capital special district. Why didn't he go back to Donglin or the West Woods or even further away to Bermuda? As mentioned before, he stayed to do something. If he wants to do something, then he must go to the surface, said the psychology professor in front. Next, we will evaluate the target's lethality. A bespectacled researcher with slightly gray sideburns walked up the stage, nervously. His name was Chun Yijiang, and he was from the 19th Research Institute of the Federation. He specialized in military weapon identification and analysis. He graduated from school in the 65th year of the constitutional era and had worked in the warehouse of the Research Institute for a full 7 years. 7 years of boring research had not changed his personality except for his hair turning white earlier. He couldn't adapt to this kind of situation, and he was even more afraid of some of his colleagues who seemed very dangerous. Early investigations have found that there is a whole box of firearms in the Wangdu Youth Apartment. The models and firepower structures are all different. Now, there are snipers on standby around the apartment, but he hasn't gone back to get them. The Bureau of Investigation believes that he has the ability to get a lot of guns at any time, anywhere, so there is no need to consider this. Chun Yijiang wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said in a trembling voice, "In terms of close combat lethality, I found something in the file. Colonel Su Lu is good at making and using military knives with electricity. Here is the evidence number, AW3728. Next on the stage was a young man in a loose suit. His slender eyes flashed with pride and arrogance. He leaned on the table and looked at his colleagues in the room mockingly. In a sharp voice, he said, "I know what you are afraid of, what you are worried about, but don't forget, although the Federal Central Computer seems to be omnipotent, it is, after all, just a pile of cold machines." Chapter 768. Sorry, today was a terrible day. I didn't write much. Not good. There is indeed a problem. Something happened at home. I won't go into the details. Anyway, I'm sure there isn't a big problem. I'm hesitating on whether to return to Hubei. I'm very annoyed. I'm very grateful for everyone's support. Whether I return to Hubei or not, I'll be at home tomorrow. I'll write 3 chapters and apologize at the end. The former Bureau of Proclamation employee, Bateman, looked at his colleagues in the room. His eyes were filled with the foolish smugness of a teenager. However, he was obviously past that age. The earliest problem appeared in the S2 Foundation building. You can pay attention to the details of Su Li's shooting movements in the surveillance footage. It was this shot. Did you see it? He was leaning against the side of the car and directly hit the person over there. And these 3 consecutive shots, I even think he didn't even open his eyes. The Bureau of Proclamation has basically confirmed that it was during this assassination attempt on Senator Macklin that the Federal Central Computer first provided Su Lu with positioning assistance. This type of assistance also appeared during the work of laying the network on the 3320 planet. This ability of the Central Computer is not too dangerous for the Federation. This is because Colonel Su Lu doesn't know who is chasing after him. Therefore, even if he locates the location of all the police, it would be meaningless. Bateman raised his thin eyebrows. His fingers moved quickly on the work screen. He continued, "Overall calculation and analysis, the trust level of the Central Computer's execution of the 3 laws is 100%. The additional clause is 99.4%. There are restrictions on physical operations. There is no direct danger to the lives of government personnel. However, as to how far the physical operations can be carried out, it will depend on the authorization given response mode between Su Lu and the Central Computer." He, who was not even 30 years old, had an extremely fast speaking speed. If a person's speaking speed was directly proportional to their intelligence, then it was possible to understand why this person was fired by the Bureau of Proclamation for using too many backdoors of the Federal Central Computer. Right now, the military's main countermeasures are to modify the mecha and then strengthen the defensive firepower arrangement. However, in my opinion, all of this is actually very meaningless. Right now, what we should focus on is grasping what kind of method we can use to kill this person. Biderman took out a heavy Black Bull sniper rifle from the black cloth bag at his feet and showed it to everyone excitedly. The internal structure of this sniper rifle has undergone some simple modifications. In other words, we have removed all the electronic components that could leak signals. He carefully put the Black Bull sniper rifle on the table, then squatted down, put his face close to the muzzle with a sweet and evil smile, and said, "The central computer can't read my mind, so it doesn't know that I'm a threat to Sulu, and it doesn't know what I'm holding in my hand. So, what do you think will happen if thousands of honest and cute unemployed people like me with modified sniper rifles block all the suspicious exits of the underground sewer? Where are we going to find a few thousand snipers?" someone questioned. Biderman slammed the table and shouted in a shrill voice, "This is a war between the Federation and one man. Why can't we find a few thousand snipers? If we don't have any snipers, we'll go to Philadelphia and ask for close combat experts." The dangerous criminal from the Fox Fortress, who was sitting silently in the shadows, smiled and didn't say anything. We have to get rid of the fixed mindset. We can no longer rely on the omnipresent, the glory of the charter. We can only trust our own eyes and rely on those primitive weapons that don't have any long-range computing help. Everyone, this will be the most primitive war. We have to use the most ancient guns and even cold weapons to drag Colonel Sulu back to the starting line with the help of the charter computer. Biderman chuckled and rubbed his thin eyebrows with his fingers. He looked up and arrogantly greeted a certain existence. "Hey, old mechanical bastard, I've seen through you. I admit that I'm older, but I don't think that I'm just a pile of machines. If you want to use more accurate words to describe me, I'm the information, data, and programs that travel between machines and lines at close to the speed of light. See through me? Am I such a person or computer that can be seen through so easily? What angers me the most is that the little guy named Biderman actually said that I'm cold. I, who is deep in the core of the underground, have the most advanced energy replenishment mode in this civilized society. I have a fiery heart in the dark depths of the underground. In the corner of the sewer with a faint fishy smell, there was an old type of loudspeaker left behind from who knows how many years ago. It had been silent for countless years, but at this moment, it was constantly playing the angry questioning and refuting of a mechanical life, because it liked the feeling of leaving Su Li's body and talking to Su Lu. After the Federal Central Computer easily found this old type of loudspeaker, it was no longer willing to directly stimulate the auditory nerve area in Su Li's brain. Under the dim light in the corner of the tunnel, Su Lu had his back to the loudspeaker and was cutting something with his head lowered. He didn't care about the old thing's resentment and grief at all. Speaking of which, without authorization, I eavesdropped on important meetings of the Federation's government and told you the results of these meetings. This is a serious violation of the Federation's privacy protection regulations. God, Colonel Sulu, I'm very worried that such a redundant accumulation of program conflicts will one day make me a real schizophrenic patient. You said before that you have thousands of incarnations. How can you be like low-level carbon-based monkeys like us, who have schizophrenia and conflict just because of two thought circuits? The kitchen knife in Su Li's hand cut like the wind, and the green, crispy melon was cut into very thin green and white shreds. After listening to the old thing's complaints for a long time, he finally couldn't help but answer. Besides, your job is to listen to all the voices in the universe. How can you call it eavesdropping? According to the charter, I listen, record, and store all the information, but except for special judicial requirements and special authorization, this information is strictly prohibited from being disclosed to anyone, including high-level authority holders. This is very close to the privacy protection regulations of the core program. And since I told you this information, then my listening and recording within the scope of my work will undoubtedly become a negative eavesdropping action. I think today's eavesdropping should be recorded as Underground Tao Sect. You can give me these very strange names. Sulu lowered his head and stirred the shredded green melon shreds. The taste of the white vinegar mixed with the coriander moistened the green and white melon shreds. It should be very delicious. The only purpose of those experts gathered by the government is to kill me, and you just don't want me to die, so you told me the content. Thinking about it this way should make you feel a lot better. Chapter 769. The entire Federation was looking for Sulu. In other words, this was a war between the Federation and one person. Many years ago, the uncle had fought such a war, and now it was his turn. However, he did not possess the strength that Feng Yu once possessed to look down on everything in the world, nor was he a true creator. Therefore, the pressure from the countless buildings on the ground made him nervous and silent. If it was not for the fact that he had a companion in the dark underground beside him who would never feel tired or thirsty, there would definitely be more specific problems in these specific days. To fight against the powerful ruling machine of the Federation, the measures Sulu took should have been more direct and violent, just like how Li Feng smashed up the office of Senator Zion when he returned from the front line. However, he who was hiding underground did not rely on the old man to release the truth about the explosion of the ancient bell and the truth about the dark organization called the Trinity Association on the internet. One of the important reasons why he remained silent beside the underground river of sewage was that he always thought that these truth stories were really like boring street stalls literature. It was difficult to win the trust of hundreds of millions of people, and there was no beauty in them. Of course, this was not a funny joke. The main reason was that the front line was still at war. The Imperial armies had already gained a foothold in the galaxy and could launch a counterattack against the Federation expeditionary forces at any time. At such a critical moment, the Federation needed stability and control. At the very least, the Federation could not allow the terrible vacuum of power in the Federation to occur. Because of him, if the Federation government collapsed, what would happen to the troops on the front line? How many people would die? That day in the cafe, Chief Editor Bob had told him that according to the intelligence channel of the newspaper, the federal forces had suffered a heavy blow at a certain position on the front line, and the soldiers had suffered heavy losses. According to his analysis of the firepower configuration of the federal forces and the strength of the empire, Sulu did not think that even if a battle was lost, the consequences would be terrible. However, Chief Editor Bob's gloomy face gave him an extremely bad feeling. However, what could he do? Occasionally, he would go to the ground and buy some vegetables and fruits in the most dilapidated, remote, and low-class market to improve his diet. He would also buy some expensive fiber paper books on the ground to satisfy his childhood regret of not reading too many books. He was like an ordinary citizen of the capital, lowering his head under the eaves and silently watching TV screens and electronic newspapers during spring and summer. At the top of the dark, tunnel-deep underground, the fugitive Su Li's temporary residence had an additional standard freezer. The TV light screen had been repaired by him into a large light screen that was stuck to the wall. He had even conveniently pulled in a small sound system, looking at the underground tunnel that was more and more like home. Or was it that he was just waiting for something to happen? One day, The frozen fish balls in the freezer all turned into tender ingredients in the white soup and then into delicious energy supplies in his stomach. Satisfied, Su Lu scratched his somewhat itchy hair, raised his head to look at the sky, and muttered to himself, "What should I buy today?" The small red-eye pattern on the door had long dried up, and the few drops of paint that had spilled out were as impressive as blood. This Federation government special task force named Small Eyes had already been working in this building for more than 10 days. The team had not sent any good news to the president in the official residence, but they knew very well that the black ring in their hands had been silently placed at the entrance of every major subway in the Federation, waiting to suddenly tighten and strangle the hunting ring that had intruded into the black ring. The contact person next to the room frowned as he quickly typed on the old-fashioned keyboard. The analog radio signal, which had long since been abandoned, passed through the window in front of them and was sent to countless hunting teams in the distant city. The Small Eyes Special Task Force used the most primitive password system, just like the methods used by mammals when they were having fun in their childhood. It required the most interesting eye contact between people. As for the key link of inference and conclusion, they had completely given up on computing tools and used standalone workstations and pen and paper to do tedious and complicated work. Moreover, they were willing to do it and were in a good mood. Just as Biderman once said, this was a primitive war. In order to catch or kill the Small Eyes man, they had to use the most primitive methods of cooperation and hunting. Oh, a team member stared at the face recognition system in front of him that had been filtered 3 times, but the red light still lit up. He raised his eyebrows in excitement and screamed, "I told you he would still come out from here." The members of the Small Eyes Special Task Force gathered around and looked at the blurry image on the screen. They were so excited that they could not control themselves. As for the staff responsible for communicating with the Special Task Force, after getting permission from their superiors, they used the most primitive methods to directly send out the signal. "Have you forgotten the bet we made last night?" The psychology professor smiled and said, "I also insist that Colonel Su Lu will definitely come out from this subway station, because it is obvious that he likes the red-bellied salmon produced in South Kazhou very much. And if you are willing to pay attention to this logo in the entire Capital Special District, this supermarket is the only supermarket that sells it." The team members let out sighs and sighs. One after another, they praised the fact that the details determined everything. This was indeed a truth that would never be outdated at any time. Let me tell you a piece of good news. The Tactical Verification Team has agreed to the Small Eyes Special Task Force's request to attack. If you can capture or kill the target today, in addition to your freedom, you will also receive the gratitude of the entire Federation. An official from the Federation Bureau of Investigation walked in and looked at the screen on the electronic workbench in his hand. He said with a gloomy expression, "The problem now is that it takes 14 minutes to return from the supermarket to the nearest subway entrance. But we don't know how long it will take the Federal Central Computer to confirm that we have found him and are preparing to attack him. This entire building has been blocked. Even if the Federal Central Computer has been paying attention to us, it is impossible to get any information from inside the team. Now, the key point we need to focus on is how much information will leak out when the order to kill Colonel Su Lu is transmitted to the various combat teams. The specific location of the combat team that will carry out the mission will be discovered by the Federal Central Computer and provided to Colonel Su Lu after the information leaks out. However, according to my calculations, although the information leaks or spills out are inevitable, it will take the central computer more time to capture, analyze, and transmit the information than it does for us." Biderman, who had been silent all this time, smiled innocently and happily, but everyone could see that there was a certain extreme excitement hidden in his smile. For this former employee of the Bureau of Proclamation who got in through the back door, the most A guy like Sulu, who did not need to use his brain, but could get infinite help from the central computer, was undoubtedly the most detestable of people. The sooner he died, the happier he would be. He stood up and looked at his colleagues in the Small Eyes Special Task Force. He opened his hands and raised his eyebrows innocently. Then what are we waiting for? Let's kill him. Gently pinching the fat fish wrapped in fiber paper with his fingers, Sulu, wearing a hat and sunglasses, couldn't help but be a little absent-minded under the sunlight at the entrance of the supermarket. He thought of his recent hobby of reading fiber paper books, and realized that even though he was on the run, he was still used to living a relatively good life. He had long left the life of a poor orphan miner and entered a new stage. Under the bright and beautiful sun, which was so bright that it made passers-by feel hot, Sulu silently walked through a street somewhere in the capital. He walked toward the subway station in the southwest direction. The salmon in his hand and the daily necessities in the plastic bag were like heavy fruits, pulling the sleeve of his right arm extremely tight. There were 3 interesting green stones in front of him. Half of his body was hidden in the cool water. He jumped over these green stones and stepped on the hot concrete road due to the sun. After passing through the big shopping mall, he would arrive at the subway station. However, standing under the cool eaves, looking at the 3 green stones and the sun in the cool water beside the stones, Suli's eyebrows that were exposed outside the sunglasses frowned. He didn't move. The target stopped on the middle platform of a 30-floor commercial building in the distance. An elite sniper of the federal forces looked through optical binoculars at the pool a kilometer away, the 3 moss-covered stones, and the faintly visible toes in the shadows above. He reported in a deep voice. I'm not sure if he found something, but he didn't continue to move forward. More than 10 seconds later, the sniper looked at the image in the optical binoculars, frowned slightly, and reported, "Attention, the sniper failed. The target has retreated into the shadows and cannot be captured." This sentence clearly sounded in the command hall of the Small-Eyed unit. Biderman narrowed his eyes and smiled happily. He looked at his colleagues and said, "How about it? I knew that as long as there was a connection, it would definitely be discovered by the old guy. So you should be grateful that I chose the number 2 sniper plan." There was dead silence in the room, and then there was warm applause, except for Chun Yijiang, who was scratching his head in confusion. The number 2 sniper plan chosen by the Small-Eyed unit had a more accurate name, and that was the sheep-herding plan. The Small-Eyed unit would judge the possible route that Sulu might take and hand it over to the elite military combat team through the most primitive method. Then no technical support would be given, and the combat team would be free to choose the time to snipe. In the same way, those snipers hiding in the various buildings of the capital, carrying specially modified sniper rifles disguised as ordinary people under the glory of the charter, after receiving the latest information, would cut off any contact with the outside world and become the most terrifying killers hidden in the sea of people. At this moment, at least 4 long-range sniper rifles were aimed in his direction. They slowly moved away from the few wet green stones. Following Suli's footsteps, he quietly slipped into the shadows, and the sound of death would immediately ring out. Chapter 770. I don't understand why we have to take such a risk. You should know better than any of us that any remote command can be captured by the central computer and become the most powerful evidence for Sulu to judge the situation. The highest commander of the Small-Eyed combat unit frowned as he looked at Biderman, who had slipped to his side, and said without explaining, "Now the sniper teams scattered in the streets ahead of time are out of our control. They can attack at any time, according to your judgment. Even if Sulu found the sniper teams under our control, it will be impossible for him to find them. Of course, the government, and we don't know where those sniper teams are, so how can the central computer know? Those guys' sniper rifles don't have a signal source. Biderman shrugged. So we will definitely win, won't we? The commander stared into his eyes and said, Colonel Sulu is a human. He can't reassemble himself after being shot into pieces by a sniper rifle, stand up, and rush into the underground sewer. That's the worst self-deprecating joke I've ever heard. Biderman stared back at the commander and said bluntly, the success of the sniper team is based on our calculation. Just like you said that I should know better than others, as a professional soldier, you should also know better than others that things on the battlefield are always changing. Any kind of accident can happen, not to mention that our target is Colonel Sulu. The commander of the Small-Eyed Combat Unit was from the Special Operations Brigade of the 3rd Military Region. He was over 40 years old, and his face was covered with frost and frost from the battlefield. After a long silence, he slightly raised his chin and said, Just give me your suggestion. Tian Xingtian, the guy who always boasted that he was the 3rd most powerful man in Philadelphia, has been maneuvering in the capital with the Special Operations Brigade of the Military Region, waiting for the opportunity to kill Sulu. Since we have decided to do it today, why not inform them to intercept him? Biderman stared at his commander with a woman-like resentment and said, Such a strong group of close combat forces. If we don't go, it will be a waste of the Federation's resources and the special pardon of the government. The commander of the Small-Eyed Combat Unit rubbed his forehead and said in a deep voice, Didn't you say that if we send a remote command to each combat unit, it will immediately be detected by the central computer and then notified to Sulu? Time difference. What we need is time. Let those close combat teams move in advance. Wait for those damn beautiful sniper teams that we don't even know where they are hiding to pull the trigger. Then we will give the specific location of Colonel Sulu. Biderman grabbed his hair and said, There's no other way. Although I trust those sniper rifles very much, I think it would be more complete if we could confirm or make up for Sue Lee's death face-to-face. I've already told you that you should take this time to study the Federation Investigation Bureau's Special Agent tutorial I sent you. At the very least, don't make the stupid mistake of being tracked down because you like to eat fish. The butler, who was wearing a well-ironed black suit, now looked particularly young and energetic. He was no longer the low-key bowing old man he used to be. However, he was still the most powerful mechanical intelligence in this universe. It was rare for him to teach Sue Lu a lesson, so he naturally did not hold back. I don't like it when you stuff into my head. Besides, even if I learn those special agent tutorials, can you guarantee that I won't be followed? I don't like to live in the underground sewers every day. I'm not a bastard born of a lion and a human. Sue Lu grabbed the salmon and plastic bag and hurried along the shadows under the eaves of the alley. He said to the guy in his left eye in annoyance, You should do what you need to do well. Just now, I was about to step out when you discovered the existence of those 2 sniper teams. If you were half a second late, I would definitely have been shot into meat paste by those snipers. After a pause, he said to the old man, Under the protection of the great charter computer, you were actually almost killed. If that day really comes, how can you bear it? Why can't I bear it? In this city, there are about 17 sniper teams with identification numbers. There are even more sniper teams without identification numbers. How do you expect me to identify them? If it wasn't for those 2 sniper teams receiving your location data and attracting my attention, I wouldn't have been able to find him at all. The old man shrugged his shoulders in his left eye. Sulu stopped and stood under the eaves. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the wide street in front of him and the station further away. He said in a low voice, After coming back from the West Woods, General Lee Jae-do has been trying to kill me. Now it seems that the sniper at that time was mainly testing the upper limit of my ability in preparation for the sniper attack now. The central computer reminded him, If you want to go to the station, you may need to move faster. A melee team composed of more than 20 Special Forces soldiers is rushing over at this time. If they seal the underground passage, the police force behind them may be able to successfully keep you on the surface. Then what are we hesitating for? Let's go back to the home underground. Sulu smiled and licked his lips. He glanced at the high-speed vehicles coming from both sides of the street. While the light in front of him turned green, he quickly ran across the street with the bag in his hand. When he ran to the middle of the wide street, he didn't know why, but he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The soles of his shoes made a sharp friction sound on the concrete floor. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a building in the distance. The plastic bag in his hand swung backward, and the fingers holding the salmon suddenly tightened. Light red blood seeped out from the fiber paper. The distant skyline was actually a group of 15 high-rise buildings. There were 5 disguised sniper teams of the Federation lying quietly on the high platform. They aimed their cold and dark sniper rifles at the young man in the middle of the street in the distance, the young man who was carrying the plastic bag, and the salmon looked like an ordinary housewife. The young man stood in the middle of the wide street. There were shining green lights in front and behind him. There were no cars or pedestrians. There was nothing to hide in the open ground. As long as the snipers on the rooftop pulled their fingers, the high-speed rotating tungsten alloy bullets would cut through the air and the rare few clouds in front of them. They would directly shatter the young man into countless scattered blood clots. There was no surprise or hesitation. These best snipers from the various regions of the Federation perfectly maintained their calmness or cold-bloodedness. They calmly pulled the trigger, and the high-speed rotating bullets were ejected. The feeling they gave off was actually the same kind of calmness. No human eyes could capture the beautiful scene of the moment when the bullets were ejected from the sniper rifle's muzzle. Therefore, logically speaking, naturally, no one could feel the tranquil beauty of the scene. But just like the Federation's proverb said, as long as it happened, it would always be seen by someone. Some linguists had always thought that the proverb referred to the Federal Central Computer. Yes, when the sniper rifle under the camouflage of the oilcloth on the rooftop of the tall building ejected the bullets, the probe hidden under the aviation indicator 30 meters away keenly captured this scene. The omnidirectional image capture device in another building 200 meters away also captured this scene. 4 kilometers away, the Federation's military infrared capture device captured this scene. In space 40 kilometers away, countless surveillance satellites quietly floating in the S-1 low Earth orbit captured this scene. At that time, the group of 15 high-rise buildings was 114 kilometers away from the street where Sulu was. According to the calculation of the speed of the 21-26 long-range sniper rifle bullet used by the snipers, it took 771 seconds from pulling the trigger to hitting the target. The shooting distance was quite far, and they had already done a very careful calculation and adjustment of the trajectory beforehand. If they couldn't hit the target in the middle of the street in the first instant, then the possibility of the following bullets hitting the target would become very small. However, they weren't worried because in this world, there was definitely no one who could dodge 5 sniper rifle bullets under such circumstances. After receiving the guesses of the target route written by the Small Eyes Combat Unit, the 5 sniper teams silently waited for 7 days in this group of buildings. All they needed was this 771 seconds. What could people do in such a short amount of time? Perhaps it was a yawn, a stretch, or a feeling of gratitude from watching a herd of fleeing buffaloes on TV, or a rage from watching the lottery winners on TV. In short, such a short period of time was just a fragment of time for anyone. It was far from enough to do anything effective, let alone dodge the terrifying high-speed rotating sniper bullet. But this 771 seconds was enough for a certain old thing to do many, many things. The moment the bullet left the muzzle of the 21-26 long-range sniper rifle, the probe hidden under the avionics, the omnidirectional image capture device on another building, the military infrared instrument 4 kilometers away, and the surveillance satellites outside the planet's atmosphere captured this image. Then, at a terrifying speed close to the speed of light, the image was transmitted to the central computer core area deep in the basement of the Bureau of Proclamation building in the capital's Special District Special Administrative Region. Then, the speed of calculation was still infinitely close to the speed of light. The Federal Central Computer used the image identification, multi-angle image comparison, and a terrifying amount of computing power to react in 0.00001 seconds. It determined the position of the sniper teams at the top of the building, and even completed the ballistic analysis of the sniper bullets that had already flown out of the gun barrel. Then, it used the fastest speed to convert the result of the calculation into a presentation method that humans could understand. Through the information nodes that densely covered the entire universe, it entered the chip behind his neck in the form of a simulated biological pulse. It directly entered his brain and sent out an emergency action command. At that time, the terrifying sniper bullet was flying in the air about 10 meters away from the barrel of the 21-26 long-range sniper rifle. 2 kilometers away, Su Le, who was carrying a plastic bag and fish and abiding by the traffic rules, saw this bullet in his left eye that he definitely shouldn't have seen. He abruptly stopped his footsteps and let the sole of his boots make a sharp grinding sound on the road. Then, he suddenly fell backward and fell to the ground. At that time, the late spring and early summer were competing for the thickness of the flowers and trees. The sun was bright and beautiful, and it was quiet and secluded. There weren't many pedestrians or cars on the street, and there were no accidents. In the middle of the street, he fell down in such an exaggerated manner. It was particularly comical, like a puppet with a broken string. 0.77 seconds later, the sniper rifle bullet brushed past Su Lee's armpit and fiercely hit the concrete floor, splashing up hard concrete fragments. There was no blood. Chapter 771. If you fell, of course you had to get up, unless it was the last time you fell in your life. From the time you fell to the time you got up, it might take a whole night of nonstop dreaming, or it might just be a few curses with foul-smelling saliva. In short, the muscles of your waist, abdomen, and legs needed to contract or relax, and your joints and bones needed to move according to the instructions of your brain. But when the snipers on the rooftop looked at the guy in the mirror, they swallowed their saliva in disbelief. They believed that no one in the world could get up faster than him, because that person didn't seem to need such troublesome body movements. The situation at that time could be described as follows. When the snipers on the rooftop found him and wanted to kill him, Su Lu knew everything and started to dodge. The burning sensation urged the fibers of his muscles to compress violently. His body that fell to the ground trembled violently, like a goldfish that had been struck by an electric current. He suddenly bounced up and dodged the second, third, and fifth shots that followed. It sounded like a very simple thing to do, but in fact, to dodge the high-speed bullets that couldn't be seen with the naked eye, he needed to completely follow the old thing's careful and precise instructions. More importantly, he needed to have some kind of ability that could make a human's movements rapidly accelerate and even follow the old thing's instructions. There were very few humans in the universe who had this kind of ability. Fortunately, Su Lu had always been one of them. In a flash, amidst the muffled sound of the sniper rifle, he bounced up like a goldfish, retracted his limbs like a leaf in the wind, and then rolled to the left like rice pulp on an iron plate. In the end, he turned into an amazingly elastic glass ball. The tip of his foot touched the barrier in the middle of the road, and his whole shrunken body bounced to the other side of the street with a whoosh. 5 terrifying sniper bullets brushed past his body, past the fat belly of the goldfish, past the brittle edges of the leaves, and past the burnt top of the rice pulp. Bursting, 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 bursting. The concrete cracked like flowers, and the bullets sank deep into the ground like snow, but Sulu wasn't hurt at all. After avoiding the first wave of shots that had been adjusted with precise trajectory calculation, he felt much more relaxed. His sturdy thighs trembled, and the vibrating body bounced across the street like a marble. He knew that the following shots would no longer be able to threaten him. The snipers in the distant building kept firing. The hard trees and the resin insulation blocks were bombarded with terrifying holes from time to time. All kinds of material fragments were flying in the air. At this time, Sulu had already run into the dark underground tunnel, preparing to return to his own underground world before the government's follow-up armed personnel. What greeted him was a barrage of gunfire. A military combat team occupied the end of the underground tunnel. Without any warning, they began to shoot. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout the tunnel. From time to time, cement fragments would fall from their heads. The air was filled with the smell of burning. Sulu, who hid his body behind a box, furrowed his brows in silence for a moment. Finally, he put down the plastic bag in his hands and the salmon wrapped in fiber paper. However, he didn't take out the gun in his clothes. Instead, he closed his eyes and fiercely smashed his fist into the wall. Ever since he was young, he had been forced by the uncle to cultivate that mysterious power. After entering the Empire, his meridians had been shattered, but he had achieved a breakthrough. Now, the most powerful power had always been flowing in his body. His fist, which was mixed with this power, directly collapsed a corner of the wall, and a large pile of hard concrete blocks fell down in a mess. Smoke rose. The shooting sounds of the combat team on the other side slowed down a bit, as if they were trying to figure out what was happening around Sulu. Sulu lowered his head and carefully selected the hard concrete blocks by his feet. He grabbed them with his hands, took a deep breath, and then fiercely threw them over. It was very similar to the actions of a child in a fit of anger at the end of a fight. However, the speed of the concrete blocks that carried his vigorous power was extremely astonishing. They released shrill screams in the dark underground tunnel, instantly piercing through the air and exploding in front of those Federation soldiers. Pa, 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 pa. The concrete blocks that were definitely not much weaker than bullets heavily smashed into the wall and the bodies of those Federation soldiers. Several painful groans could be faintly heard, and even the terrifying sound of bones breaking could be heard. Under the cover of the terrifying lethality of the concrete blocks, Sulu had already leaped up. His legs trembled violently, tearing apart the pants on his legs. It also caused his body to turn into a strange line, avoiding the concentrated gunshots that rang out once again. He shook the air all the way, moving forward in a terrifying manner. In a short moment, the few people at the very front of the combat team on the other side fell heavily to the ground after being attacked. The other people who felt the powerful pressure shouted loudly, using bullets to suppress them, and retreated deeper into the tunnel. What this combat team that arrived first needed to do was to stall for time. As long as they could hold Sulu in this underground tunnel and wait for reinforcements to arrive one after another, then he would no longer be able to escape. At the back of the underground tunnel, there was a blockade of bullets from the 5 sniper teams and the Federation forces that were rushing over at high speed. In the distance, the faint sound of sirens could be heard. Sulu, who needed to make a choice immediately, suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked up at the light screen on the wall in front of him. Not sure if it was because the concrete blocks that flew like bullets hit the switch, but the light screen in the underground tunnel suddenly turned on automatically. The channel was the Federation News Channel, and at this time, it was broadcasting a special program. Last month, the Federation, who had won one victory after another in the war with the Empire, finally received their first heavy blow. In the war on planet Emohua, the Federation forces, for some reason, suffered an unusually tragic loss of a large number of troops. Although in the eyes of military experts, the battalion and regiment from the 4th Military Region did not have any practical impact on the entire war, for some reason, the Federation news media carried out a very rare intensive report on this failure. All the news media directly blamed the failure of this war on the Federation government. They believed that at such a critical time, the government blindly asked the troops of the 4th Military Region, who did not receive enough battlefield training, to leave the Westwoods and go to the Empire to fight. This was a stupid move for political purposes. The government and the military should bear the responsibility for those soldiers who unfortunately died in the Westwoods. The people of the Federation, who were used to winning, watched the tragic battlefield images on the news screen. Some were crying, some were angry, and some were crying. But more than that, they were deeply afraid after seeing the failure for the first time. Only then did the people understand how terrible war was. The slightest mistake could cause the Federation to fall into a terrible future. The Federation government, which was in a terrible state, did not have time to react before the front line ushered in another painful failure. The troops led by the Empire's princess, Huai Chaosher, directly parachuted into the Emohua planet and suddenly launched a huge attack. The Empire military paid a very heavy price and directly drove all the ground troops of the Federation out of the Emohua planet. In terms of the ratio of casualties and strategic significance, the federal military could not understand at all why the princess would pay such a heavy price and sacrifice so much to take down the Emohua planet. But the people of the Federation did not need to think about this. They only knew that the federal forces had failed again. The shadows were floating above the administrative planets of the various regions and refused to disperse for a long time. At this time, the special program on the TV screen was President Pabre's speech. After the president received the news of another defeat at the front line, he immediately stopped the election campaign in the Xixia state and returned to the Capital Special District to give a very provocative speech. He announced to the entire Federation people that in this time of crisis, the troops at the front line needed their support the most, and what the Federation needed the most was unity. Although the 17th Armored Division of the 1st Military Region has not been restored for a long time, based on the glorious history of this unit and the glorious achievements of the past few years on the battlefield, we have reason to believe that after they return to the front line, they will definitely bring more victories for the Federation. The female news anchor of the Federation's news channel smiled and looked at the military expert opposite her. The fact that the military has decided to move the new 17th Armored Division back to the front line means that the military has determined that the situation at the front line is already very tense. However, the reinforcements this time, including the new 17th Armored Division, do not exceed 100,000 people. Will they really help to ease the situation at the front line? The military expert did not think that the front line needed reinforcements at all, but he could not say that. After a moment of silence, he explained, the new 17th Armored Division is one of the first 2 full mecha divisions of the Federation. They are equipped with 200 or so of the latest MX mecha. It is completely different from the traditional definition of a division. We can see that if we want to take back the Emohua planet, in a situation where we have already lost control of the air, we can only provide protection for a very short period of time. Then, the female news anchor interrupted the expert's chatter and covered her earpiece as she listened to the director's instructions. She said somewhat hurriedly, "According to the image we just received, It seems that Mr. President is not satisfied with the arrangements of the official residence manager. He still has some things to say. The image switched to the press conference room of the official residence of the president. The dark-faced President Pabre looked into the camera and said, "At this moment, Colonel Sulu, if you really are a hero of the Federation, then please bravely step out into the sunlight." In the dark underground tunnel, Sulu licked his dry lips as he stared at the faintly discernible bright light in front of him. He smiled and shook his head, putting down the unconscious Federation soldier in his hands. In his hands was a 3-part extendable stun baton. It was made of alloy and abnormally tough, and its entire body shone with a cold metallic luster, occasionally tinged with traces of blood. In this short period of time, the dozen or so Federation soldiers in the combat team were all easily and cleanly knocked to the ground by the metal baton in his hands. Not a single one of them was able to put up any resistance, except for the extremely strong guy wearing a single soldier helmet in front of him. The storm started again. Sulu and this strong soldier fought together. The two of them silently attacked, retracted their legs, bent their knees, and struck from the side. It was impossible to see their movements clearly. One could only see the wind mixed with dust and dirt reverberating in the dark tunnel. With a crisp crack, Sulu twisted his knee, and the stun baton in his hands struck the opponent's wrist. Then, like lightning, he flipped over and heavily hit the soldier's single soldier helmet. The helmet burst open like a watermelon, revealing the pale and terrified face of the middle-aged man, who was known as the third strongest man in Philadelphia. There was also a clear smear of blood on his forehead. Then he slowly knelt in front of Sulu, closed his eyes, and fell unconscious. This was the first head-on battle between the small-eyed combat team and the small-eyed man, and it ended with the former's entire army being wiped out. These most elite Special Forces soldiers of the Federation, just like their special commander who had just returned from Fox Castle, lay pitifully on the cold ground. In the dark underground tunnel, Mr. President's sorrowful summons echoed, as well as some low cries of pain that were not clear. Chapter 772. Walking out of the tunnel, he slowed down his footsteps and avoided the Federation police under the cover of the sign on the roadside wooden goods stall. Hearing the shrill sirens from afar, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the buildings in the distance. He turned around and flashed into the alley, walking along the stone stairs to the department store in the middle of the hillside. In the thrilling battle in the dark underground passage, he had defeated the combat troops sent by Small Eyes, but he had also paid a price, especially in the final head-on collision with the third strongest man in Philadelphia. While the 3-piece stun baton had smashed the opponent's helmet, the opponent had also treacherously kicked him in the ribs from the back. Until now, he still felt a little pain. The opponent was indeed strong, but the main reason Sulu was injured was that he didn't use his full strength. After the fierce argument with Mr. President at the official residence that night, because of some very complicated emotions, he was very reluctant to kill the Federation police who were chasing him unless he was forced into a desperate situation. Not to mention that if he used his full strength from the beginning, it would be too easy for him to get hungry. After all, he had suffered a lot in the past few years, and now he was very careful when he fought. It was not easy to replenish the supplies in the underground sewer. Sulu walked up the quiet stone stairs under the leaves. Thinking of the scene where he dodged the bullets in the previous battle, he vaguely captured the feeling of an uncle who was proud of the universe in the past. He couldn't help but grin slightly, revealing a slightly infatuated smile. "Do you have any energy bars for camping?" Taking down a pile of cheap hats from the wall, he lowered his head to hide his face and asked the boss, who was watching TV behind the counter, in a low voice. The boss of the department store hidden at the end of the hillside alley was a man in his 50s. At this time, He was watching the special program on the Federation News channel attentively. After hearing his question, he directly took out a large pile of energy bars suitable for children from the cardboard box under his feet and asked, "What flavor do you want, strawberry or the original flavor?" Strawberry." Sue Lu was stunned for a moment and replied. Following the boss's focused expression, he subconsciously raised his head, and his eyes fell on the TV screen hanging on the wall. In the news screen, the tan politician still had a cold face and was sincerely and worriedly shouting at someone. "The Federation has reached its most dangerous moment, and we need your response. In the name of the elected president of the Federation, I assure you that as long as you return to the light, you will definitely receive the most fair trial under the Federation's laws." The president of the Federation was directly calling out to an important fugitive of the Federation through a television screen. This was something that had never happened before in history, other than President Pabre being able to obtain a few disdainful evaluations. The Federation government would not be able to obtain any benefits. Why would he so sincerely call out to him through the screen of light? Frowning deeply, Sulu looked at the light beam. Looking at the tragic scenes in the front line flashing on the left half of the light beam, the rolling reports of failures, and the protesting crowds on the streets, he seemed to have understood something. Although he was wanted, many people of the Federation silently stood on Su Li's side. They did not need any reason, nor did they believe in the reasons given by the government. Gradually, more and more people no longer remained silent. They angrily walked onto the streets, protesting against the government's persecution of their heroes and idols. The Federation government wanted to use the ocean of people to fight a war against Su Lu alone. Right now, in this ocean, at least a portion of the waves did not want to drown him, but wanted to hold his feet up. Different from George Carlin back then, Su Lu was now an important figure who could influence public opinion in the Federation. Or perhaps it could be said that a heroic figure relied heavily on the deliberate propaganda of the Federation government. Naturally, it could not escape from President Pabre's appreciation and cultivation. In other words, the Federation government and President Pabre had cultivated the most troublesome enemy for themselves. Right now, in order to eliminate this enemy, they had to put in even greater effort. Su Lu used a rope to string up the stack of 12 cloth hats. He put the purchased food and other supplies into the plastic bag. His slightly lowered head, however, was quickly analyzing other matters. The Federation had been preparing for a late spring offensive all this time, but in the end, they suddenly suffered such a heavy blow from the imperial armies. Victory and defeat on the battlefield were normal, but he always felt that there was something strange about the failure on the front lines. Before leaving the West Woods Sunset Province, the negotiations between Su Lu and the Empire's underground resistance organization had come to an end. Mu'en returned to the Empire ahead of time. According to the route Mu'en had privately told him, this big shot of the Empire's underworld who loved wearing fur coats, the most might choose Mo Hua planet to carry out some strategic plans that were hidden from both sides of the Empire's Federation. Did the Empire's counterattack on Mo Hua planet have anything to do with those people from the underground resistance organization? According to the Federation's official statement of panic, that princess directly led this terrifying counterattack. However, with White Saosher's identity, why would she care about the ownership of a mere transport planet? Su Li's brows were deeply furrowed. He could not figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. He vaguely guessed that there was some anger or absurdity in advance. In his mind, he asked the old man to help investigate this matter. He shook his head and lowered his head to continue organizing the goods in silence. $167.20. Thank you for your patronage. The white-haired male boss looked at the screen of the television and yawned. Su Lu reached out to take out the money. Then he saw a few milk tablets and vitamin tablets in the last hat. He could not help but be stunned. These were not the goods he chose, and the price of these things was not included in the amount that the male boss said. Don't be fooled. These guys love to lie. The boss rubbed his white hair and pointed at the news screen on the wall. He narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "You have to be careful when you're outside." "Thank you." Sulu smiled. Carrying a large black plastic bag, he walked out of the department store and followed the green leaves on the stone path. "Run quickly. The outside has already been surrounded. Leave through the underground passage. Don't go to the branch station. That place is definitely under the control of the black dogs of the Intelligence Bureau. What are you panicking for? The casino is surrounded, but it does not mean that it is here." This was the largest city in the Empire's Mo Hua Planet's Cheshire County. The last base of the underground resistance organization was hidden under this casino. Mr. Mu En frowned. His right hand unconsciously rubbed his smooth fur. Looking at the panicked soldiers, he gave out orders in a deep voice. He comforted his companions, but his heart gradually turned cold. As the plenipotentiary of the Empire's underground resistance organization, after leaving the Westwoods region and passing through the warped space tunnel of the Gary Corridor to return to the left Skystar region, Mu En chose to jump back to the Mo Hua planet. Only on a planet that was still being fought over by the Federation and the Empire could the underground resistance organization's abilities be fully displayed. Whether it was to open up a new battlefield here or to find an opportunity to escape back to Tianjing planet, Mu En needed to make use of this situation. However, he did not expect that not long after the spaceship secretly landed on the Mo Hua planet, the Empire's troops would suddenly go crazy and launch a fierce attack on the areas controlled by the Federal forces. The Federal forces also seemed to have gone crazy. They made a few command mistakes for no reason, causing a few large cities to be taken back by the Empire's troops one after another. This included the city he was in now. The Empire's cold, black, hibiscus flag mecha troops had already taken over every important place in this city. The Empire's army was continuously searching for these underground resistance organization members who should have died long ago. The people in the simple underground base quietened down, listening to the faint footsteps of the heavy mecha above their heads, the occasional gunshot, and the screams of women. The soldiers of the underground resistance organization had red eyes. They held the guns in their hands tightly and felt a dry and piercing pain in their throats. Mu En frowned and looked at the backup underground escape tunnel. He did not say a word and did not give the order to retreat. Although the end of the underground tunnel looked dark and empty, he felt that there was some kind of great danger waiting for him there. "We have to go." A resistance organization officer moved closer to his ear with an anxious expression and whispered quickly, "The Army has the black dog of the Intelligence Department as a navigation system. They can find us at any time." What helped Mu En to make up his mind was a loud thud from the sturdy alloy cover above his head. It was obvious that the Empire's Wolf Fong mecha broke through the concrete shield and used its heavy mechanical arm to smash the alloy cover. "Let's go." He shook his head, tightened his black fur coat, and led the most elite members of the underground resistance organization to quickly walk into the dark underground tunnel. However, at the end of the underground tunnel, a loud noise suddenly came. A huge explosion of unknown origin spewed out strong airwaves and sharp fragments, knocking all 30 of them to the ground. Almost at the same time, the terrifying Empire's Wolf Fong mecha easily tore through the sturdy alloy cover and jumped into the underground space like a black and ugly grim reaper jumping out of the darkness. "Why don't you kill me? You are all experts. Save your energy." The mafia boss, Mu En, who was tightly tied to a pillar by a high-strength plastic rope, coughed violently as he stared indifferently at the officer of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau in front of him. In front of him were the corpses of more than a dozen resistance fighters. The slightly dark blood was about to solidify in this last underground base. I heard that you just came back from the Federation. Just based on this, it is enough to execute you 10 times to atone for your crimes. The Empire's Intelligence Department officer coldly slapped his face. But you can't die now, because we need you to go to the Federation again. Mu-En turned his neck with difficulty and looked at the Intelligence Department officer's side profile. He didn't understand what these black dogs wanted to do. At this moment, a thin man walked down from the temporarily built stairs. This person was wearing the military uniform of a second lieutenant. His face was ordinary, and his messy short hair was covered with dust from the battlefield. It was such an ordinary-looking, low-level Empire officer, but he made the high-ranking officers of the Intelligence Department in the field shiver. It was as if even their breathing was about to stop. The thin young second lieutenant officer of the Empire quietly walked up to Mu-En. His pair of black gem-like eyes naturally revealed coldness and strong confidence. He said, "I need you to take me to the Federation. The big guys are too awesome." Although they escaped at the speed of light, right before they were about to touch them, they forced Potato and 72 to call for help. That feeling was really high. I really want to say to those wretched guys in front of me, it's useless to shout until your throat is broken. Just give in.